All right, hello everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Block Talks presented by Tezos here at South by Southwest. My name is Carolyn Rogers. I'm head of marketing here at Blockhouse, which is a marketing firm dedicated to the blockchain space, and specifically we're focused on the Tezos ecosystem in particular. And I'm very pleased to be joined here today by Lindsay Eckhouse from McLaren, who is the Director of Licensing, E-commerce, and Esports at McLaren. And today we're going to be talking about the IRL impact of the Metaverse, in real life impact of the Metaverse, which is a very broad term. I think Metaverse is very undefined. It means something different depending who you talk to, I think. So maybe that's where we start, Lindsay. When you think about the Metaverse, what does it mean to you? How should we think about it for the sake of this discussion today?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Metaverse, as you say, means a million different things, and I think the definition changes depending on who you ask. For us at McLaren Racing, Metaverse is a virtual world, an experience, something that allows you in this new digital way, and we find that incredibly exciting.
Great. So how does technology enable us to create new experiences, communities in a virtual world? So we'll stick with that definition for the sake of today. But Lindsay, I want to talk about you and your background and understand where you're coming from. I understand you've got a long career in the sports world. What drew you to the sports world? Can you talk about your time in the different organizations you've been in, and what do you love about sports?
Yeah, absolutely. So I grew up an athlete, and I think sports really offers this sort of way for communities of people to celebrate a shared passion for something. And if you're the athlete, you learn amazing integrity, dedication, hard work, through being that athlete. So I was always super passionate about sports and really fortunate in that when I came out of undergrad, I went to a graduate program in Ohio University that specialized in business and sports administration. So I was able to sort of network and figure out a way to get into the space. So I started my career at IMG, which is now 160 over 90, working in brand strategy for different entities that were trying to deploy capital into sport and entertainment platforms. And then from there pivoted to the NFL, where I was for about 7 years, managing their international sort of fan engagement, sponsorship, commercial businesses, and really trying to quote unquote spread the gospel of the NFL in international territories. Then pivoted quite hard into esports, where I became commercial director at G2 Esports, which is a multi-team esports club out of Berlin. They compete in some of the biggest esports titles like League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Rainbow Six, and really fell in love with the platform and the ways audiences engaged. And that's probably where I was first immersed into more Web3 understanding and really started to dive deeper into that world. And then most recently joined McLaren Racing not quite a year ago to sort of lead our licensing, esports, and gaming businesses. What that means is on the licensing side, I work on our consumer products, apparel, fan merchandise. And then on the content licensing side, work very closely with Tezos to prop up our NFT program, our Metaverse strategy, everything that we're really trying to do on Web3. And then from a gaming and esports perspective, it's how do we embrace those new areas to engage a new audience, really bring them into Formula One and some of our different racing platforms.
Wow, that's quite a career. I'm interested to know, in these different organizations, talk about the NFL, esports, now racing, what is your sense of these different sports fandoms, these audiences? How are they the same? How are they different?
Yeah, it's a great question. American football is such an interesting sport. So I grew up in Dallas, so not far from where you all are now. In Texas, American football is a religion. So I've always loved American football. I say that now because I've lived over in the UK for about 7 years. And I was always really impressed with how omnipresent it was. High school football, where I grew up, was sort of what everyone did on a Friday night. I think Friday Night Lights came out and the world saw that this Friday night high school football phenomenon was a thing. And then going into the collegiate or professional level, you continue to see fans of all different types really engage in the sport. And I thought that was pretty incredible. And it wasn't just men being passionate about it. It was women, it was children, it was families. And I absolutely loved that. Then pivot to esports. It is a very young, incredibly engaged audience. And in a lot of ways in esports, it's one of the most community driven audiences I think I've ever seen. So at the NFL, you saw a lot of NFL sort of as a centralized entity, right? Running what happened, how different things showed up on the pitch or on the field. And then in esports, there were a lot of instances where the community actually really informed our team or the industry how it would operate. In a lot of ways, esports was sort of born from the community. So a long time ago, probably 25 years ago, a lot of different video game publishers were trying to figure out how to market themselves. And actually, they noticed that the community had already started to set up these little tournaments and by themselves. And ultimately, publishers sort of glommed onto that and said, this is a wonderful marketing mechanism for us to really get our games out there. And that's really how esports was born more as an industry. So it's been around, I think, a lot longer than people expect, but it started with the community. And I think that's a really different angle to sort of sports or entertainment that people maybe don't think about. Certainly in this conversation, community is certainly at its core. And now in McLaren Racing, I actually think it really brings both of those worlds together. So, F1 is, according to many, the pinnacle of professional motorsport. It is a complete spectacle, to say the least. I candidly wasn't a massive Formula One fan before joining McLaren Racing, and got into the Netflix show Drive to Survive and realized that there were so many stories, so many powerful narratives that sat behind what happened on the grid. And that's really what pulled me into that. And now that I'm working in it more, I see that there is sort of that balance of, okay, McLaren Racing's putting a lot out there for fans to engage, but equally the community and our fans are really asking of us, these are the things that we want to see. And then we're able to react to that and sort of bring them along the journey. So it's that balance of what I learned at the NFL in terms of maybe it was NFL led, then esports where it was community led. And now we're bringing those two together really at McLaren.
Thank you for that. And maybe you can explain to people who may not be aware, what does the McLaren business landscape look like now? Can you talk about the introduction of the esports line a few years back? What are the different lines of business now that McLaren offers?
Yeah, so I work on the McLaren Racing side of the business. We also have a sister company, which is McLaren Automotive, and they're the ones that make the sexy supercars that I'm sure you're seeing driving around Austin or Dallas. On the racing side, we have 4 different race series that we compete in. So Formula One is the biggest, that's our sort of crown jewel, right, of racing. We have IndyCar, which is one of our biggest sort of steps into the US and our initial way to really expand there. We took an ownership stake in AMSP last year. And then this year we started with Extreme E, which is an all-electric race series that races in areas of the world most affected by climate change. So as a way for us to really sort of stick a stake in the ground as we are here, we're talking about sustainability. We know how important that subject matter is. Certainly when we talk about Web3 and blockchain, it's equally as important. And then esports was an area that actually McLaren was one of the first teams to really embrace esports back in 2017, start our team then. And the reason was simple. It was to engage sort of that new generation or younger generation of fan. We continue to race in F1 esports and continue to try to lead the front of the grid. But I think importantly are able to recognize that actually F1 esports and esports more generally is an amazing fan generator and fan acquisition tool for the broader Formula One or broader racing agenda that we have at McLaren. So we continue to figure out what are the different ways we can activate esports or casual gaming to really continue to embrace that next gen fan.
That's interesting because you touched on how the audience of the esports audience has kind of different characteristics and it's very community driven. Do you find that there's a lot of overlap between the new esports fans that you have that are coming in and traditional racing fans, or are they still pretty separate? What's kind of like the continuum of your fan base now?
We see a lot more similarities than I think you'd expect. It's just a matter of how you first get introduced to Formula One, actually. So in traditional Formula One, like real life racing, it tends to be that you get into it, if you're an avid fan, through a parent introducing you to the sport, just like you'd see in NFL, baseball, whatever. And oftentimes now it'll be, if you're more of a trend fan, as we call it, meaning more interested in the social aspects that the sport has to offer, perhaps you got into it because of Drive to Survive or because of a cool content piece that you found online. And esports offers us huge engagement with our audience, but it's probably more that trend fan that's starting to engage with us. So they are more interested in the social aspects the sport has to offer. They're excited about the accessibility that F1, the video game, offers in terms of how close it is to real life racing. Tangentially, I think it was 2 years ago, there was an F1 esports driver who took on a real life F1 driver in real life, and the esports driver actually won. So it's an amazing sort of experience in terms of bringing you into racing and making it really accessible to get into racing without having to pay, hundreds and thousands potentially of dollars on tracks experiences. So we see that trend audience really overlap a lot between esports and F1.
Great. So now let's go into the metaverse, the technology aspect of it. And I'd like to understand your role as director of licensing, e-commerce, esports. What are the goals that you have coming in? And talk to me about the discussions about Web3 and the metaverse that led to the eventual NFT drop that we can get into in a little bit.
Yeah, so from an objective standpoint, it's pretty simple. The first is engage fans, figure out a way to bring them into our fan funnel as much as possible. And we do that through a myriad of tactics. Certainly consumer products and merchandise is a great way to attract new fans. So when we're talking to our partners in Castor or New Era, and they're able to put our intellectual property on their products and put it in areas that maybe fans don't expect, it's a great way for a fan to first touch our brand and then come sort of down the funnel with us. The second piece is obviously, how do we use digital environments to engage the fan? And we'll get into that probably in a little bit in terms of NFTs, our digital touch points. But, I'll sort of take a step back and say, when I joined McLaren, which was April last year, Metaverse was something I knew a lot about. I would say internally, we were very much on an education path. And the sort of initial few months was all about educating the importance of decentralized backend blockchain, what Web3 is, so it didn't surprise or kind of concern people, and that it was a newer technology, and explaining what the metaverse was. And what I was really surprised and excited by in joining McLaren was how open everyone was to embracing that new world, learning about it, and really leaning into it, which we've been fortunate to do with Tezos and some of our NFT drops. But so going back to your original question, first objective is engaging fans. And then the second objective is commercializing that fan base. So all of the money that we generate as a business goes back to putting that car on the track so it can race. And so hopefully we can win championships. So everything that we do really goes back into that car. So it is important for us to figure out ways to generate revenue to fund that car going around the track and ultimately continue to engage our fans through the next few years.
So would you say that you kind of brought that blockchain Web3 point of view into your role at McLaren and said, hey, everybody, this is going to be a really interesting way to build new communities, to engage our fans? And did you receive any pushback when you brought that point of view?
No, business was already looking at Web3, looking at blockchain, trying to understand it. I would say I brought a bit more understanding of the space and was able to demystify some of the preconceived notions and some of the hesitancy around the space. And to be fair, the business really pivoted quite quickly in terms of embracing it, which is great. Fortunately, your colleagues and some of the team at Tezos were able to help. So.
Yeah, great. So let's talk about that partnership. Back in June of 2021, McLaren announced that it selected Tezos in order to do an NFT drop regarding some of the cars and a collective. Can you explain what all that is and how it's been working?
Yeah, so it was a really exciting kind of fast timeline. The sort of ethos of the program was how do we really create a community around our NFTs and on our digital collectibles that are completely based on Web3 and Tezos protocol. And for a racing team who, for the most part, engaged with traditional social media platforms and digital platforms, this was really new. So there was a level of education, as I said, that we went through. We were really excited by Tezos because of their sort of collaborative approach and the eco-friendliness of the technology. And being a motorsport business, actually sustainability is something that we talk about a lot. So that piece of it was really critical for us. And then together we sort of defined, okay, this is what we want this to look like. The concept of the McLaren Racing Collective came from, we want all of our community members to feel very much a part of this. And as they own pieces of our history and own pieces of McLaren Racing, they are the community that we want to embrace, want to engage, and want to champion as we continue building the program. So that's why it was called Collective in the first place. And then we decided to launch with our hero asset, which in 2021 was our F1 race car, which is called the MCL 35M. That's a mouthful. But what we did is actually take that F1 car, blew it up into 22 different pieces. And each of those different components were built off of official CAD data from our engineering team. We were then able to 3D model out based on that CAD information. And that's the NFT that ultimately our collective were able to purchase and then collect to create the full car. And that was the first drop. We saw really strong engagement through that. We gave away a tire for free to sort of start it out before fans were asked to purchase each of the subsequent components, and saw amazing results. All of the pieces, for the most part, outside of maybe 2 sold out. We dropped them in different waves and honestly learned so much about how to communicate with the audience, how to be more transparent, how to leverage the insights that our fans were giving us to shape future programs. And that's really what that collective is all about. So we are taking in all of that feedback and always looking to iterate and enhance what we do with the program.
So basically, people could collect different pieces and parts of the car as NFTs, and there's a prize for putting the whole car together or something to that effect?
Yep, there was a prize for putting the whole getting all of the pieces. You got the actual full car issued to you, and we limited the amounts that we released. Only 35 people were able to make that MCL 35M. And then additionally, if you participated in that first drop earlier this year, we allowed fans to, call it, trade in those components and send them to the paint shop, get them back, and actually applied the Gulf livery that we ran last year at the Monaco race, which is this beautiful light blue and papaya car, and able to sort of participate in the next drop, which was open edition, more about getting as many people into the experience as possible. Instead of limiting the final number to 35, we really allowed as many fans as wanted to engage. And we're able to connect the program moving forward, build utility in each of those assets. So yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because we've been having several conversations over the past day or so about brands engaging in this way, using NFTs as a way to get fans engaged. But we've also talked about the importance of making sure it's not a one and done. You don't just drop the NFT and hope for the best. That there's some kind of longevity. There's some sort of plan or strategy for how will you use this as a way to engage these fans for the long term. And so it sounds like you're providing more opportunities for people who have participated, and it's not just a one and done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we really want to make the McLaren Racing Collective a program that exists for years and years. I think the intellectual challenge of it is, how do you make every single drop cohesive and build off of the other while allowing new fans and new, people to get into the experience. And so that's always the balance that we're playing with. But it isn't just we've done 3 separate programs since we started, which probably amounts to like 10 drops with Tezos. And so far, yeah, we're seeing a huge amount of people engage. I think our next step is, how do we continue to get more of our 350 million fans around the world into the program? by maybe breaking down some of the barriers that exist in their minds around NFTs, whether that's more education, which I think is what it is, explaining the value in the program, why it's so different than what they're used to. And that's really what this year is all about.
And did you encounter any pushback or skepticism from fans at first? How did that go?
You know, we probably had around 40–50% of our fans as we started to announce this. They weren't, they were confused, I think is the right way to say it, or didn't understand the technology. And really, I put that back on ourselves. So we need to do a better job of educating our fans on, okay, this is what blockchain is. This is why Tezos is such a good technology in terms of the eco-friendliness, because that was the main thing that came out, is people were concerned about environmental impact from NFTs. And I think that's just a halo effect of, right, what you hear in the news. So again, as we continue the program, it's much more about us educating and sort of putting a megaphone behind all of the positive benefits of the program. And from the first drop we did, which was October last year, to the program we ran earlier this year, we've already seen more people embracing and new people coming into the program, which I think demonstrates we're starting to get better at really educating the audience on the importance and excitement that NFTs have to offer.
That's great. And do you have a sense of who are these fans that are participating in the NFT drops? Are they your esports fans, traditional racing? Are they brand new?
Yeah, so we are digging into that data right now. It's a great question. I was actually quite surprised to find, so they're all McLaren Racing fans that have engaged so far. 50% of those, so we have about 10,000 people in our Discord server right now. About 5,000 of them are crypto natives. They get it. They love this space. They want to see huge digital utility in everything that they do. And then about 50% of our fans in this Discord server are totally new to the space and don't totally understand secondary marketplace, right? How to export assets into an external wallet. So we have to segment how we talk to each of these groups quite a lot to ensure that we're not leaving anyone behind and also not taking them far enough, which is a fun challenge that we'll take on this year. But in terms of who they are, they're younger. We know a lot of them are into racing, maybe not as much into esports, but definitely into the F1 real life racing side of the business so far. And part of that is all the drops we've done have been very F1 focused. We'll start to see some more race series come into play as we go throughout the year. And they are all over the place. So we just got a report last week that says it was something like 36 different countries for our last program. So it is genuinely this amazing way to connect with our fans across the globe.
Yeah, that's incredible because McLaren doesn't have, there's not really like a home base, a geographical home stadium, home base. And so you have these disparate people all over the world joining this community. That's really incredible. How has that changed the opportunities that you see in other parts of the business?
Yeah, I think it's one of the benefits of Formula One more generally is how global the sport actually is. That's one of the things I also loved about esports is it doesn't really matter where you are. You can watch and engage and enjoy it. Same with Formula One. I think as we look to the NFT program here, it means we have to be a lot more thoughtful and considerate on how we build real life offline utility into the program. Because offering somebody access or a special tour to our McLaren Technology Center in Woking, United Kingdom is amazing, but a very tough thing for somebody in Australia to come experience. So how do we create different, more virtual ways to engage them and build utility into what they're buying into? And so it's those types of things that we really start to map out and try to map out as far in advance as possible to make this program as kick-ass as possible.
And going through these different NFT drops, was there like a key set of learnings that you came away with, or was there something that just totally surprised you throughout this process, or did you know what to expect, or what kind of engagement reaction to expect?
I wish I knew exactly what to expect, but I would be lying if I said I definitely knew what was going to happen. I was surprised how quickly things sold out. I was also surprised at how knowledgeable a lot of our fans were. So I was very much, and we still look at this as we are targeting McLaren Racing fans, and in most cases, our most avid fans to really engage in our NFT program. I've been surprised by how many of those know a hell of a lot about Web3, crypto, NFTs, and blockchain. We learn, I think, a lot from our audience and our community every day. So there's a few people on my team that work on this, and it's amazing some of the comments that we get, and really some of the recommendations that we are actioning in a lot of ways because it's so insightful and it's so authentic to what this community is looking for. And I think that's a really amazing space for us to be. And I'm happy we're getting that type of feedback. I'd say the biggest learning we had from the first couple of programs that we've run is the more transparent we can be about utility upfront as possible, the better. And then the more forward planning we can provide, and that sort of communicate that forward planning to this community, that's also really critical. And that's the hard part, because as we continue to move forward and evolve, and this whole space continues to evolve, we don't know what the future holds. So we can say this is our roadmap, more or less, but that could change in 6 months depending on what happens.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say how knowledgeable this audience happens to be and seems to be. Because just a nugget from the Blockhouse side, from the marketing side, because we promote this partnership as well. We run campaigns, and we've seen in our data that this McLaren audience happens to be quite engaged and efficient to reach, and seems to be responsive to this notion of Web3 and the Metaverse and technology in general. So it's an interesting observation. Not sure what to do with that, but there seems to be some kind of affinity between the racing world and the crypto, blockchain, Web3, future.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with, if you look at the profile of an avid McLaren Racing fan, and I can't speak to the rest of Formula One, but I'd imagine it's got some similarities. Um, they're really into the technical aspects of the sport. So the engineering prowess, the fact that there's 300,000 parts on an F1 car that are taken apart and put back together between every single race, which, by the way, is insane. They love that. So if you think of that technical expertise and interest, it kind of makes sense for that to translate into the Web3 NFT metaverse world. Um, I was more surprised by how quickly, to your point, they embraced that, or they had already embraced it, and then we're just transferring that over to us. One of the best things I think about working at McLaren is our CEO Zach Brown is incredibly engaged in the business and incredibly responsive and engaged with our fans. And actually, after the first couple programs that we ran with Tezos, he got feedback from fans on that program, and it was amazing. He got direct emails, direct messages on Twitter, and he forwarded that all to myself and my team just to say, like, what do you guys think? How can we evolve the program to really encapsulate some of this? And I mean, what a great place to be, to get that type of feedback and to have a CEO that is excited by that versus concerned, right? And I think that's a really unique element about our fans that I'm very grateful for.
Yeah, that's great. And it does make sense, to your point, that people who are very interested in the machinery of a car and the technical aspect of racing, that they might have an affinity for, blockchain technology and the way other things are working as well. So that's just an interesting observation there. I would like to know, what does the future hold for McLaren? What is the next phase of this NFT program or other programs that you're thinking of? Whatever you're able to share, how does this, how does the future look for McLaren?
And if I only had that handy crystal ball, I would be able to tell you everything. But I can tell you from a Web3 standpoint, we're incredibly excited about engaging the technology and grateful for partners that help us do that. Um, Going back to where I started, community and fans first, as cheesy as that sounds, is so important to what we do. The only reason we're able to race cars around tracks in 4 different series is because of our audience and because of the partners that help pay to access that audience and therefore put those cars on those tracks. So that community is really critical and really authentic to everything that we have going on. And if you think about blockchain, it is community first, right? It's got it at its core, and that transparency, that peer-to-peer nature of it is super exciting for us. So as we look towards the future, definitely looking to roll out more NFT programs and more drops, um, working with Tezos and some other partners to figure out how do we connect our NFT program to a metaverse, to a gaming experience. So there's more digital utility built into that program and go beyond maybe Formula One. So can we look at IndyCar? Can we look at esports, which is that team is called McLaren Shadow? How do we bring some really unique programs into those spaces to engage those different audiences and continue to learn and take our community feedback as we enter into those areas? And so I'm hugely excited by that. You know, one of the things that we did this past year, or at launch, which was mid-February, is we actually launched our MCL36, which is the F1 car name this year, in the Roblox metaverse. And while that's not Web3, still Web2, I think demonstrates the business's willingness to really embrace new technology. Our launch for Formula One teams is one of the most important moments of our calendar, which is kind of interesting since it's at the start. And our whole focus there was definitely ensure that we engage our avid fans, our partners, our employees, all of our key stakeholders around that launch. But how do we also get new fans engaged? And that's where the Roblox opportunity provided this brilliant platform to access their 50 million daily active users, which we saw, you know, huge engagement from. So I think as we continue moving through the year and into 23, we'll continue to look at what are those major moments in the McLaren Racing calendar that we can bring into different metaverse opportunities to try something different and do something different.
So bringing the McLaren brand, McLaren Racing, into other virtual spaces where people are already playing games with each other, building communities with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And then vice versa, you know, bringing our community, our fans onto those platforms, which is what we've seen with the McLaren Racing Collective. And then going back to that Roblox example, interestingly, you know, we had the MCL36 available in 3 existing racing experiences on the platform. And they saw spikes of around 60% when we announced of people racing the car inside those games. So our fans are also following us into these spaces, which is great, perfect symbiotic way to work in the digital world.
That's fantastic. Well, very exciting stuff. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I know it's virtual, but still great to have this conversation. Is this the metaverse? I don't know. this setup right here. But great to have you, Lindsay. Thank you so much again. And we'll turn it back to the team and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you for having me.
My name's Jason Bailey. Most people know me as Art Gnome. I've got a blog called artgnome.com where I wrote a lot about the early blockchain and art movement, which we now call NFTs. Most recently, I started a company called Club NFT because as a collector, I've been excited about the fast growth of NFTs in the space, but I realized there are a lot of core fundamental problems around protecting collectors that aren't solved yet. So that's really our focus, starting with giving people the ability to download the assets tied to their NFTs locally so they don't have to depend on anyone else to make sure they can sort of keep their NFTs and not worry about losing value. I think one of the questions that comes up is, how do I display these NFTs? So people have bought in over like $10 billion worth of NFTs this year, and they're not necessarily sure like how to show it. I think we're at this weird, awkward like teenage years where people are like taking their digital art and like sticking it on a wall because that's what they used to do with their traditional art. I've always said, like, I look at any random wall in my house, an average of like 4 seconds a week or whatever, like that's not where my eyes are. My eyes are on my cell phone and my laptop or my television. So I want my art where my eyes are. And that's actually what's pretty cool about digital art. Like, it's being made on screens and that's where my eyes are. So it's easy to consume it there. You know, there is a market for these like new devices that are trying to bridge this gap from people thinking art is something you hang on a wall. But I think we'll get over that actually pretty quickly, and people will realize they've already got plenty of screens in their life, and that's a perfectly good way to consume it. So there's actually a long history of digital art and generative art being like wholesale rejected by the traditional art world, going back to like the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. Where that comes from is this innate fear that humans have of technology. So when computers were these things that like filled whole rooms and people didn't have them at home, there, you know, you see these sci-fi movies from that era where like computers take over and destroy everything, and you think, oh, we've come so far, like, you know, we don't think that way anymore. But most people feel that way about AI and ML, and so artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I think, again, it's always whenever there's technology that we don't understand, we fear it. So the good news is we've got this sort of digitally native audience that grew up with the idea of owning things digitally and just being very comfortable with living in a digital universe. So for them, it's actually not only acceptable, it's actually preferred, right? So we're seeing a very rapid, just in the last 5-10 years, a very rapid shift from people that don't necessarily want to drag a bunch of paintings every time they move from one place to the other, right? They're happy and content and maybe even prefer collecting the digital version of the artwork.
Well, my name is Sasha Stiles. I'm a poet, a visual artist, and also an artificial intelligence researcher. And I write a lot of poetry that has to do with technology. And I've been doing that for a long time in a more traditional sense, writing, you know, poems on paper and printed, you know, on the printed page. And over the past few years, I've gotten much more involved in creating digital poetry, creating video poems and animated texts and digital palimpsests that, you know, were hard to position with literary magazines who are very, a little bit more traditional. And, you know, I'd been sharing some of these pieces on Instagram, on social media, and things like that, and didn't really have an ideal way of you know, quote unquote, publishing them. And last year, I was actually invited to start sharing some of these works in the Metaverse, and that was my first introduction to really being able to explore language and explore text in a virtual setting. I started to realize there's a lot of potential here, not just for art, which was getting all the attention, but for literature, for text. It just seemed like it was a really interesting moment to start experimenting with how decentralization and blockchain technology might impact traditional publishing and might be able to empower writers and poets like myself. You know, I should say my first experience with an NFT was actually on Ethereum. I minted something on Ethereum, which cost me, I think, I don't know, about like $200 in gas. Messed something up, had to burn it, lost another, you know, $100 and something, and it just was a horrible experience. So I gladly like went running towards Tezos and found myself in a community of creatives who were building something radically different than what I'd seen in any of the other platforms that I had experimented with, and I immediately felt like I'd found my people. We were, you know, just a bunch of people who were kind of experimenting. This was kind of in around the 10,000 object phase on Hikitnunk, so still kind of very early days, and just felt really experimental and really adventurous, and people were just, because of you know, the efficiency of the system and the minimal cost to mint and kind of play around. We could just do things for fun and try something, and if it didn't work, it wasn't a big deal. And you could mint something and share it with a friend for free. You could swap pieces, no big deal. And it was just really exciting to be able to do that and to be able to share some of the pieces that I'd been making, some of the poems that I'd been making on my computer for a few years that I had just sitting there. I finally had a way to publish them and share them and see them out in the world instead of just sitting on my hard drive. So it was really exciting for me and has just radically altered the way I see myself as a poet and artist and a member of this community where we're bringing together all different aspects of creativity and technology. It's been a pretty exciting ride.
I feel like Tezos is well positioned in attracting the artist community because of the no carbon footprint, the clear NFT brand name. And also, I feel like Tezos is a very decentralized ecosystem, right? So everyone builds on Tezos. Tezos does not dominate which direction it's going. So it's a free environment. It's very good for artists, for builders, for creators. So there are many platforms for example, Hikanon for Object.com. One-Off is a music NFT platform. So a lot of good things are happening on Tezos ecosystem.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our welcome to our discussion today. I am very, very happy to be with three wonderful artists: Portrait XO, Colette Robbins, and Sophie Kahn. Thank you so much for joining me today. You can start playing the first video, please. I'm going to just give you the structure of our talk. Our discussion today is going to be, I'm going to briefly talk about myself, and in the background you're going to see a virtual show that I curated for Meet Digital Culture Center in Milan for their grand opening, which Sophie, you'll see the giant sculpture in the background, that's hers. And then we're going to talk to each of the artists about their artistic practices, and then we'll move on to a discussion about blockchain technology and social good, and I hope we will have time for a quick Q&A at the end. So to begin with, my own practice in curating was I started out doing physical shows and made the switch to virtual shows. Actually, you can keep playing this. This is fine, so that more people can see as they're coming in and joining us today. So when I began curating, I actually ran an art gallery for 18 years, specializing in contemporary Asian art. And then I became an independent curator of digital art. And this show, the reason that I'm showing it to you, again, it was at the Meet Digital Culture Center in Milan, is because one of the artists in this show, I went from doing a physical show, a virtual show, into a physical show with Tomiko Thiel that actually just closed. And you can advance the video, please. So this is an image from her physical show, and I thought this was important to talk about because it's an unusual twist, starting in the virtual and then ending in a physical exhibition at a cultural institution. And this, you can see the layers of technology that are used. We have augmented reality and also live video streaming, and there are 15 projections, video mapping going on. And the piece is actually about ocean plastics. Can you advance, please? Next slide. And this is a picture of one of the artists in the exhibition, showing you how the live video stream works. And the incredible thing about this exhibition was it put the viewers directly into the history themselves. Okay, you can go to the next image. And I wanted to just mention briefly, my first NFT show that I curated was for Casey Rias with many wonderful artists. And this was actually their first NFT experience. And it really went on to change their art practices and also really impacted me in terms of my curating practice. And this is a piece by Aurea Harvey called Mystery 5. And the show was focusing on sculpture. And this is important to know about when we talk to Sophie and Colette. Okay, great. Well, I think we'll move on to meet our wonderful artists here. So Colette, I'm wondering if you could tell us all about your artistic practice, how you got interested initially in art in the first place, and your transition from physical practice into virtual.
Hello. So I was trained as a painter initially, and I did not get into using digital tools until 2012, when I was invited to be part of the first hackathon at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York with a company called MakerBot, a 3D printing company. And we were allowed to work with the curators at the Met and to scan antiquities on site. So it was the first time I felt like I could actually take my two-dimensional drawing practice and turn them into paintings on a two-dimensional surface. So this idea of that, simulated source imagery in a simulated 3D space opened up a whole avenue of things for my work. So that's when I started getting into 3D printing in between 2012 and 2020, 21. And then I started really kind of experimenting with the files. Next slide, please. So you can see these are the 3D printed sculptures in an exhibition. These are totems made of Rorschach ink blots that I extruded and sculpted and added texture. And I really loved this idea that you could bring a lot of tactility into technology and into these very complicated pieces of software. You can go to the next slide. And as I've moved forward, I've actually gotten more into figurative elements and using scans of ancient antiquities and also of my face that was done by Sophie Kahn when we first met. And this kind of connection between using these digital tools and meeting other people using these tools, that was really amazing to me. Kind of entering into the digital space brought a whole new community, including Sophie, and this idea that the new type of kind of portrait would be to scan somebody when you first meet them instead of sketching them. So you can go to the next slide. And this is a video where I used both of those physical sculptures. This is the first time I took the physical pieces, brought them back into the digital, recreated the textures that I had created physically in this digital space, and animated it. So this was a really big jump for me. It was back in August of last year. And this one I minted as an NFT, and that was kind of my first foray into NFTs. You can go to the next slide. And then this one I most recently minted with Tezos on the object marketplace. And this I did as a one-of-one, which is not something a lot of artists do on Tezos, but it is very common with the Ethereum blockchain. And I finally felt like I was in a place with the skills that I had accumulated over the years to recreate a very kind of psychologically charged memory of a dream when I was a child. And I loved the idea that these very complicated digital tools could do that in a way that I wasn't able to do with traditional painting, or that wasn't kind of suiting what I wanted to do with traditional painting and sculpting. So yeah, and I'm also participating in VR exhibitions as well, including one called Symphony, what is it called? So thank you. Sound Becomes Sight, a symphony for the Metaverse, curated by George Vitale and Matthew Gant, and it's about to be exhibited at the Meet Digital Cultural Center in Milan. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. I think portrait is next. Next slide. Oh, Sophie.
Oh, it's
me.
Sophie.
Yeah.
Let's hear
for the
from
reminder.
You, please. We would love to hear about your own practice, how you got started, and again, how you made the switch from physical to virtual.
Yeah, next slide, please. Hi, so I'm Sophie Kahn. I'm a digital artist and sculptor, and I'm not really sure which order to ever put those two terms, but just both. I've actually been working with technology since 2003, but I always made stuff that went in a gallery space, and it wasn't until I lost my studio during COVID and I felt that I kind of lost my audience, the ability to show people what I was working on and engage with viewers, that I transitioned to making virtual work. And actually Julie was one of the first curators to kind of bring me into that world with the synthetic corporate reality show. I then did a VR solo exhibition. Next slide, please. Oh, this is, I'm so sorry. Can we do the one after this? My fault. I'm sorry. So this was a VR exhibition. You could see it in the browser on Mozilla Hubs, or you could visit it on an Oculus headset. And I had actually had a solo show that was supposed to open in March 2020 at SVA that got cancelled. Then the second restart of that show got cancelled because my poor curator had COVID and the work itself was quarantined. And so I was kind of really, really sad for a while, and then shifted. And another artist, Claudia Hart, persuaded me to put this exhibition on in Mozilla Hubs, which was really a kind of a revelation for me, because all of a sudden I had an imaginary $5 million budget and I could make a museum space that was absolutely massive and that sort of defied the laws of physics. You could float around my sculptures, you could fly through them, and it was a completely different interaction with the work than anybody had ever had before as a gallery viewer, seeing a static object in a museum that they sort of couldn't touch or get close to. So then I created an NFT for the show that Julie mentioned, the In the Bardo show. I've also been a part of the same exhibition, Sight Becomes Sound, Sound Becomes Sight, I'm so sorry. Symphony for the Metaverse. And another online show curated by George Vitale. And if we can see the last slide, please. A lot of my new work is actually focusing on portraiture. So I create 3D scanned portraits, and on my link tree, you can see these in augmented reality and kind of have them in your own space. So yeah, on Twitter, it's just @SophieKhan, and then people can kind of experience those. And that's been really exciting for me as a sculptor, to have people be able to pull up my digital work and really have a physical interaction with it, you know, walk around it, see it, interact with it on the phone, and it's really liberating, because you no longer need like $100,000 to make that work in marble and crate it and customs and insure it and all of that. So as a sculptor, it means I can make work a lot faster and iterate and think through my ideas a lot faster, which is really exciting.
Okay, great. I think we're ready to hear from Portrait XO. Can you tell us all about how you got interested in your own practice? I know it's very different from everybody else, and I think people will be super excited to hear about this transition in your own life.
Sure, thank you. And thank you both for sharing your work. That was really amazing. So I come from a music background. I studied classically on piano and violin, and I've always been kind of drawn towards the curiosities around technology, just like pulling things apart. I'm really good at breaking things. And I got obsessed with electronic music production, and so I just got way more interested in just like nerding and geeking out on everything from gear to fast forward to working with AI. And I started going to a lot of these kind of like music hackathon events where I got to meet technologists who were at that interesting intersection of musicality and the tech side of things, and it gave birth to a lot of these really interesting ways that I never thought was possible, from, you know, building instruments to now we can do things like use different AI models to create different kinds of visuals and sounds. If you could play the first video, please. So as part of South by Southwest, I have 2 official showcases, and this is the first time premiering the upcoming AI audiovisual album, which has been quite a journey. And I work with different data scientists. So as one step of the journey, we took an hour of my singing vocals, and it learned how to sing like me, and gave 10 hours of audio, which gave birth to the album. So you can't hear the audio. And then the second phase of the album involved collaborating with pollinations.ai for the visual side. Oh, I forgot to mention, DataBots are the duo of data scientists and musicians I collaborated with for the music side. And so the visuals here, I got really obsessed with trying different AI models, mixing sounds as well as text prompts. So you can't hear it, but the sounds are also guiding the AI how to move. And so these are kind of like some experiments that I've been really loving. Move to the next video. And as part of Blockchain Creative Labs, that's also official partner of South by, there are 10 unique NFTs that people can purchase, and they're like AI AV samples. They're just really short clips, and people who purchase them, I will later on airdrop everyone an image to the album that they can listen to, and they can check out some lyric art that I've created. And the entire album will be releasing in 4 phases. So South by Southwest is phase 1. Next video, please. And we can move on to the last one. These are just little glimpses. The very last experiment that I've fallen in love with is during my artist residency at BBA Gallery in Berlin. I invited people to be captured moving. This is actually me in this space. And using another approach, using text prompt as well, but style transfer. And it's just been a lot of fun. And I lose track, actually, a lot of my processes, because I'll try an experiment, and then it'll inspire to take that output and then feed it into another one. So I have this kind of like crazy rabbit hole that I just keep diving deeper into. And so yeah, I'm performing on the 14th and the 15th. And I guess Instagram is the best way to see where I post all the event happenings.
Yeah, I actually would really like to encourage everybody here to go and listen to the music that goes alongside of Portrait's work, because this is a very incomplete picture, and really her work is one of the most beautiful translations I've seen between taking music and giving it a virtual form. So I encourage you all to go and check that out. I think we have time now just to have a general discussion. We were all super excited to discuss how could blockchain technology be used for social good. And I think, Khleo, maybe you want to tell us all about your projects that you have been involved with, and then we'll just all chime in.
I just want to say also, just hearing Portrait XO and hearing Sophie talk about the different rabbit holes we all go through with technology, and how we're not just kind of maybe following a script, but just being very like playful and exploring with the tools. And also that kind of bridging between digital and physical worlds, but also like traditional art and traditional music worlds and these new technologies and different kind of technologists. But in terms of what blockchain technology can do for good, I think personally, one of the best things that I've noticed, at least experiencing it in the Tezos community, is the ability to kind of gather and raise funds for different charitable organizations is really amazing. I am part of a collective called Organic Material, which is an artist-based collective that has primarily been minting on Tezos. And when the war started in Ukraine, we got together and we have raised over $20,000 US worth of Tezos. And that was really an amazing process to work with. We worked with 39 artists, and then we also, the object marketplace actually implemented new ways to make it very easy to donate to these charitable organizations. And that's, to me, it was so fast to go organize an NFT exhibition versus if it was a physical exhibition, having to coordinate with a physical gallery space, or having to have the artworks delivered. So there is this kind of immediacy that is beneficial for that kind of thing. I also just think the immediacy of the deadlines of NFTs very different than a traditional gallery exhibition. As an artist, to be able to kind of constantly be excited about producing work and putting it out there in a faster output is very inspiring to my own work, and it's allowed me to push sides of my practice that the context of the traditional art market, I wasn't pushing it as much for various reasons. So I think those are all the positives that I've encountered, specifically connected with the Tezos blockchain. So I think that's been really exciting.
Sophie, and Portrait, do you have things to add?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I also contributed a piece to that fundraiser, and I was not involved in the higher level organizing. I saw that was a real labor of love from all of you. But yeah, just to ditto what Khleo said, the speed of it was incredible. Like we had a Twitter space, and within an hour, they're like, we've raised, 3,000 Tez. It was,
right.
Yeah. So that was really exciting.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I think when it comes for like talking about activism and social good related to crypto and NFTs is really fascinating, because I feel like last year was like quite chaotic. It's still a bit chaotic now, but I think now we're seeing more of like people are really understanding like the potential and putting it into practice, and with the things happening in Ukraine and just seeing the movement like Ukraine DAO raising just like funds in a heartbeat, like millions, you know, when you have war happening, and if we were to rely on our political discourse that is happening, you know, things don't get moved around so quickly like this, and people are in desperate need of help and support. And so I don't fully understand like how it's possible that people are able to take like crypto and convert it so quickly to use, but I read stories about it all the time, and I think that's really uplifting to see that, you know, it offers this opportunity in the immediacy that you mentioned.
That direct conduit between the artist and these charitable donations and like organizations is something that I feel like I've never had that. There's always been kind of 10 layers in between to get there. And yeah, they've built it so that you can just insert a wallet address that is connected with the charities that's been vetted, and you can do the research, and it's all transparent. And so I think that's one of the things that's so amazing. And the charity event that I started with my collective called Organic Material is called Art for Ukraine, and it's still going on. And I know it's made well over $20,000 just with what we did, but we also created community guidelines so others who wanted to do the same thing as we did could follow certain steps and release works using the same process. So it wasn't just, you know, we were able to keep it open. So I think there's an openness about, for me, my experience with working with NFTs is that kind of openness and possibility, whereas there's a lot of logistics that go with if you're putting together physical exhibitions.
And I think, you know, when I listen to you guys talking, I think a lot about my own trajectory from being an artist myself, you know, who did painting, then becoming a dealer, then becoming a curator. And one of the things that really inspired me to become a curator was this concept of public art and accessibility and building communities and challenging who gets access to what. And I think that's one of the incredible things about blockchain technology is we've created, it is possible to really use these technologies for good, whether it's directly benefiting artists or cultural institutions. And I had gotten an email the other day from an artist collective of women throughout Asia who were coming together to sell their NFTs. I'm going to look at my hand. It's called screensgrow.io, so that I would remember the name of this. But I thought, what an incredible idea. They're coming together to raise funds for an artist in residency for 10 digital artists in Cambodia.
Oh, that's amazing.
And yeah, and I just thought that was a great example. And when I think about reaching community and diversifying art communities, I'm involved with a company called Art Consortium as their art advisor and curator. And one of the things we've been focusing on is how can we enable cultural institutions and artists and galleries to diversify their communities so that when somebody goes into a museum by purchasing NFTs, they can already be co-owners of an artwork that they really respond to. And this is really I think it's a really radical concept. And actually my next show, Cadenza, which is going to be at Meet, is going to be seen in virtual reality in the physical space. And it's about music, all inspired digital art, and Sophie is in it, inspired by music. And people, when they go into the museum, they will be able to purchase art that they respond to. We're talking about for like €5 or €10, they can decide how much they want to spend on something. But this idea that anybody who comes in can have access. And then also in terms of social web-based VR with exhibitions for artists, this creates an incredible way, just with a link on your phone or through the computer, you can discuss art, you can look at art, and you can still co-own it. And I think when we talk about social good, just kind of reinventing what the art world is capable of at this very kind of basic level is fascinating.
I mean, yeah, to Julie's point, one thing, I spent a bit of time in Australia during the pandemic, and one thing that came up that was really fascinating is that all of the cultural institutions who kind of transitioned to virtual showings during 2020, and Australia had really strict lockdowns, so, you know, people were not going out for a long time. They all reported being being inundated with feedback from people with disabilities, from elderly people, from people in remote areas, because Australia is a very, very big country and a lot of people do not live in these, city centres, who were so excited that they were able to engage with the programming of a lot of these institutions. They said they never had before. And so there was a real focus on the government of like, actually, how can we retain this? How can we continue to keep this engagement? And my own experience, actually, this is something I sort of forgot to mention, of transitioning to digital work in the first place from working as a photographer, was that I had a period of chronic illness and disability in my early 20s. And I used to be like going out every night with my big camera, my tripod and my gear and schlepping all around the streets. And then all of a sudden I got sick and I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't even carry my gear. And so I started learning 3D modeling because I wanted to do virtual photography. It was something that I could physically do. And it was a way for me to kind of continue my photographic practice. So I think like talking about accessibility in virtual exhibitions is a really important part of that conversation too.
I just wanted to add too that I think just the accessibility to art history too, with the resources now available because of 3D modeling, with open source scans of antiquities and ancient works of art. For me, like that was also a big draw, because I could feel like I could touch and manipulate pieces of art in a way that I couldn't when I go into a museum. So it was like another connection or interaction with art and art history that I think is really unique to this time. And then, but even taking things further, as software becomes more and more accessible to people, and people, especially with the pandemic, it changed, I don't know, it kind of shifted the hierarchy of what people found acceptable for viewing art. And that was something that, even in the traditional gallery world, it was very rare that you would have a Zoom studio visit. Like it would be an in-person, even if you're mainly using digital tools. And I feel like the pandemic and the advent of blockchain technology and artists minting NFTs has expanded that and kind of disrupted that and created this opening. And Sophie and I actually ended up starting a YouTube channel called File Exchange because of that, because we felt like there was a complete void in these more in-depth studio visits with artists using digital tools. And also just, there weren't a lot of in-depth interviews with artists talking about how those tools apply to their practices, both philosophically and technically, and then also just sharing tips the way you do in a studio visit. I remember like when I was a traditional painter and I'd go to somebody's studio, oh, how did you do that particular technique? Or sharing my own techniques. So there was something, so we started that YouTube channel for that reason, and that's something that I think it was kind of the perfect time, because people were more comfortable with consuming those things in the traditional art world and beyond. And I also think that just NFTs in general has connected more people globally and in a way that wasn't happening as much.
And Portrait, I feel like, when you think about community building and diversifying our audiences, of course, there's this huge crossover to music. And I'm curious if you want to talk a little bit about what that's meant for you, to, what happened when you did your first NFT and
I feel like a baby in this like whole NFT world, just like making it up as I go along and trying to take all the learnings, learning how different marketplaces behave differently, people on different currencies behave differently, like Ethereum artists are different to Tezos-based artists. And contextualizing like what does all of this mean to me as an artist, like there's different file size requirements, like understanding the possibilities and limitations of everything, and then the cultural shifting. For me, with like the music side of things, it's so crazy still to think that like I had my first music NFT sell out, which was 12 pieces on an NFT marketplace called 12 by 12. And they sold them for 40 euros, and it sold out over a day and a half. And it's just mind-blowing to me because, you compare that to, say, like how much artists get paid through Spotify streams, which is like 0.000, I don't remember anymore. And I still find myself thinking, like, how did this happen? And like, how when, this flow of just like all of a sudden there is support for this. And also specifically in like the AI art community, that's also super fascinating. DataBots do generative audiovisual AI things quite a lot, and they recently sold like 1,000 AI audiovisual NFTs, which sold out in 3 minutes. And not to just like focus all on like the financial side of stuff, but it's just the behavior that I find really fascinating. Like I'm still just baffled, that that this is happening. And I think just to also add to what we were talking about with social good, I think on the topic of DAOs, it's really uplifting to hear how people are really engaging about like the environmental impact of currencies to social well-being of like the whole community of people who decide to, look into like, what if we did form a DAO? How could we look out for each other? Could we have like a percentage that immediately goes back to the community? And that could be a team of 5 people, or like, a global community that goes beyond. And I think those are the types of like redistribution of resources that I find really inspiring. And yeah, I'm just really curious, where it all goes. And it still feels like the wild, wild west, where we've got to like also, be mindful about the scammy aspects of it. I've been really overwhelmed by just like influx of information. There's always new currencies and all this kind of stuff. But I think overall, just the amount of support, like everyone I know, every artist who are minting things, are exploring DAOs, so knowledgeable and like resourceful. So everybody's just very much into sharing, like, this is what I learned. Here's how to protect yourself from this scam or that. So if you feel overwhelmed and you're interested, totally fine. I find myself like I have to dip in and out also with like the learning side.
And I think for, we're talking about new communities, that also extends to artists in general that want to make really serious works using, blockchain technology as a medium, or for our show, for example, actually going back and using NFTs, thinking of them as a medium. But we have the opportunity, I think, as curators and artists to really, have people purchase full artworks as opposed to, just a poster image, and have this be a really thoughtful process.
Yeah, I mean, I really, as a sculptor, I really appreciate the way that an artist like Aurea Harvey is also releasing. I mean, I think in her Feral File piece, she had STL files, isn't that right? So when you bought her piece, you could actually have a file that was print ready, and if you had a printer at home, you could then own a physical piece of her work. And so there is a lot of really interesting crossover, a lot of ways where, it's maybe less interesting to me to sell something that's just a JPEG. There's many, many diverse ways that you can, you can have an NFT attached to the sale of a physical work, for example, or there's, a lot of opportunity for crossover.
And I think also with communities, we can also think about, I know for all 3 of you personally from our conversations, how empowering it was to actually have your work sell and to have total control of how they're shown and how they're sold. That is a big deal. Even my son, who dropped his first artwork, he was just beyond thrilled that he had this huge response. And, he didn't need a gallery, he didn't need a curator, he didn't need a museum to be able to make money on what he was passionate about as an artist. And I think that really says a lot in terms of, everybody kind of coming together and inviting new practitioners and new artists to really think seriously, as well as curators, about what this movement could do. And I think we've touched on, some of these ideas. I am wondering, we have a little bit of time for questions. In our audience, do we have any questions? Okay, we will be happy to pass a microphone to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your presentation. It looks awesome. I just wonder something because, Julie, you are a curator. And, you know, in the NFT space, it feels like many people are dropping their art in platforms where everybody is kind of seen but not seen. So either you need very powerful selling capacity yourself, or you need a curator. So I wonder if you had an experience like when you were exposed by Julie as a curator, did it increases the way you sell your NFT or not? Did you had an experience before having a curator? I wonder how that works.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So yeah, the Feral Fowl show was a curated platform, but I will also say that there are many, many curated platforms out there where even sort of for the best of efforts, things don't sell, which is challenging as an artist. I think that the experience that Colette and I just had with Object was really fascinating because that is not curated. I mean, you know, it's curated by the artist. I'm sorry, I don't mean to,
and I can definitely talk about just in general, if you don't have a curator, kind of the way to go about it too is that personally, what really helped me was working with a collective. So we all support each other's work. It's similar, it's kind of related to DAOs, but we're not like sharing the monetary resources, but we are sharing the marketing resources. And we are helping market each other. And I think that happens naturally, especially in the Tezos community. I didn't notice that as much as in the Ethereum community simply because of the type of art I make versus it's not necessarily like a PFP project. But I think finding your community in whatever blockchain you're interested in and then setting up meetings and working together and doing curated drops or thoughtful drops, we spent a lot of time thinking as a group, organic material, just like thinking about, well, how can we slow down these drop mechanics? Because the whole thing about dropping and about NFTs, it is lightning speed. And so we wanted to bring a little bit more, just like we kind of slowed it down. We made it into an offer structure. We had a deadline and we had artist talks, kind of like this, as opposed to just, this is how much it costs, go get them, you know? So, and I actually really respect the market transparency with NFTs. I find it liberating because in the art market, the traditional art market, it's this constant dance of let's pretend that sales don't exist and they don't matter and that
we all magically have money already.
Magically,
we don't need to worry about money because we have a lot of it.
Exactly. And so for me, I'm happy with that transparency, but at the same time, with the work that I'm doing, it is it's a slower down, you know, a more slowed down type of work. It's more subtle. It requires a little time. So kind of creating that context for oneself is something that I think artists need to think about, and maybe pair up with curators or maybe pair up, you know. But I think they can do it with other artists too. I think there's like a number of ways to do it, and you know, I'm somebody who has curated in the traditional art world as well, and I think there's so many ways to go about it. But yeah, the marketing part, you don't just make an NFT and it sells, like or maybe you do. I mean, I'm not sure if that experience happened for you, but for me it was like a lot of like
collector outrage.
Yeah, a lot of collector outrage.
And I will just add to that too, that a lot of that happened on Twitter Spaces in particular. There's a little bit on Discord, but many more Twitter conversations. And that too, in terms of accessibility, was so fun for me because like I have 2 kids and mostly at 6 p.m. I'm not out at art parties in New York City. Like I live in New York, but at 6 p.m. I'm like cooking hot dogs and doing the dishes, you know. So I can have my phone playing a Twitter Space and I can listen to a conversation and I can kind of weigh in while I'm, you know, at home. So that also opened up that feeling that like we could be conversing with digital art curators, right, you know, with more, there's more access for sure. I think some of that was on Clubhouse, but now has moved more to Twitter.
Yeah.
So that if you're asking that question as an artist, that would be where I would look first.
And I think also just to chime in from the curator perspective, remember, I have a super different background, I think, than a lot of independent curators because I ran a gallery for 18 years. So I felt like when I was working and collaborating with artists on virtual exhibitions or physical exhibitions, since I have this kind of overview of the art world and how it works, I was able to really help guide or coach. You know, I'd listen to the artists about what they want to do, And then I would think about, okay, how can we package this together so that you will sell it well? And I think a good example is Sophie, when we were talking about your work for Feral File. You know, we were back and forth, as I was back and forth with all the artists. And just to mention also, you know, because our panel is supposed to be about physical, this transition and translation from physical space to virtual space, is, for example, when I was working with Tamiko Thiel and /P on the exhibition at Meet, that exhibition came about because of a virtual exhibition. And I was very cognizant of the fact that, gee, why couldn't we take this show and do something physically? And then, Sophie, to go back to synthetic corporate reality, also at Meet, you had this giant sculpture. And I was thinking, Sophie, you know, it's my dream for you. Let's do this giant sculptural model, and people can fly up to the top of it and fly down through it and have this whole new experience of sculpture. And I hope one day in reality, you'll be able to make a giant sculpture. And I think, you know, so I feel that the roles of curators can be super helpful in terms of marketing and publicizing events, and also kind of strategizing and know, okay, you're at this stage of your career, how can you be positioned to do something else with NFTs and virtual exhibitions? So I still feel like there is a very strong case
Absolutely.
for
especially for
having
somebody,
curators involved.
Yeah, and especially somebody like you who has an understanding of these tools and has experience curating things in digital spaces and virtual spaces, so you're able to kind of guide and connect the artists in a way, and that is incredibly helpful for artists and everybody, because it gives a context to the work.
Curators get a lot of unfair treatment, I think, in these sort of NFT conversations. You know, I think that like there's so many people are completely negative about any type of art world authority, about like gatekeepers, and I don't accept that.
I feel like we can learn from everybody.
Yeah.
And we definitely can, and sharing the resources and like, you know, including each other is more exciting than...
And people who've been engaging with digital art for a long time, you know, like people like Julie and kind of curators, other digital art curators who are out there, I think some of that work tends to be discounted. Yeah.
Portrait, how did you, was your 12 by 12 experience, was that curated? Like did somebody, so there was a person that like chose your works and then helped market? That's how it worked.
Yeah, it was just one track. I could have done more, but I just wanted my first experiment to be with one song. And I would say that also, like, reinvigorating my Twitter, I'm slowly, you know, reviving it. And I've also asked other artists questions and, like, some helpful advice or feedback on the way I was doing things. And people are just so helpful. But these are definitely the spaces like Discord, Twitter. I've been really loving the direct communication, and people are just like abundant with try this, I've tried that, it didn't work because this, that, and one of the artists got me on object.com, and so, you know, people, and I'm always happy to help answer any questions.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second because I just want to say thank you so much for joining me in this discussion. It's been a pleasure, and I feel that we've done a really good job of challenging people's stereotypes of what is NFT art today. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
I think community is the most fundamental core energy of our studio, because our belief is literally making art for anyone, any age, any background in the world. I think here technology is a very inspiring process of thinking, a kind of like an extension of human mind, and kind of these ways of understanding our near future by looking the past and now. It's more about like understanding the fundamentals of technology and its impact on the society and our DNA and gene, and really find a way to use it in a way it's beyond just what it's meant to be. It's more about finding the poetry inside those softwares, hardwares, and systems. This week is for our studio Freeze LA, specifically inviting friends and people around the world to show behind the scenes what we are trying to say with data, AI, and create experiences around the world and just share as much as behind the scenes.
Very inspired Blade Runner, like really like in love with this near future Los Angeles.
I think as a child, instead of like finding dystopia, I found utopia in Blade Runner, and I think it was a very like, positive expectation about near future, like flying cars in like downtown Los Angeles and media architecture.
Last 11 years, never stopped working with data, never stopped imagining public space, using architecture as a canvas as much as we can. So this is an artistic computation that is recognizing the movement in the machine's decisions and taking every single like path and look at the edge detection and turn them into a truly like a pigment-looking texture.
So I think independence for me and our studio is being able to imagine freely. For me, art is humanity's capacity of imagination. And as a studio are, I think, responsible to push the capacity of this imagination to the edge. And on the edge, we found technology.
What you're looking at on this screen here is actually a collection of images. And every image here is plotted in a 6-dimensional space. So it's an X, Y, and Z axis, and then a 3-color axis as well, right? So R, G, and B. And every image that's really similar to each other is supposed to be next to each other in space. So you can start to visualize what this data looks like in different dimensions. I mean, all of that is really incredibly useful information for us to know, both from a machine learning side and also from a visual art side as well.
Computer graphics is a very important field in our studio. Like, we are trying to push all the time being able to render the reality to the lens of machines. That means computer graphics. But GPUs are very fundamental. 2017, we had an incredible collaboration with NVIDIA. We were the very first studio to use RTX, which was this rendering technique, which was very important because that means our data paintings and sculptures were becoming real time. Like, all these breakthroughs in science, in computer science, was also allowing us to become kind of another pioneership around these feelings and experiences. We are extremely careful about our impact on the nature once we use extreme computation. We try to source, first of all, everything in-house, not to try to use cloud computing. But if we need cloud computing, we look for resources who have like almost like no consumption problems, or try to use like natural energy, such as like Google team at the moment, trying to like have their net zero expectation. Like, try to find those partners who have been purposefully pushing the cloud computing in an ethical way, and do always our best to like do things humbly in the studio than in a large scale of like big computations. We work with proof of stake, for example, blockchains, to understand the ecosystem versus proof of works. Like, we are trying to hear the reactions and problems and evaluate what we could do better, and ultimately find ways without the cancel and boycott culture. Generative art, like a lot of generative art. I'm extremely into like on Tezos, I have this private wallet that I'm collecting more than 2,000 pieces since last March, maybe the day it became very well known. And since then, I never quit supporting my friends and colleagues, and also collecting personally. I'm very, very inspired by the generative art community. The NFTs and digital art, I mean, for me and for our studio, we always imagine first in the virtual space, like painting with data, sensing what a human brain may feel through the lens of EEG. Like, these are already in a virtual space. So we never imagine things in physical world in the first step. So I believe this native imagination in the mind of a machine and a context to the NFT space or blockchain or virtual space was a very natural birth. Like, it's just very honest and direct. Because we always found physical context later, eventually. But to me, what was more inspiring is what happens when physical and virtual connects. And that's, I think, where the value is for our near future. Not necessarily just virtual space, not necessarily just physical space, a purposeful context and discourse of when the two worlds collides.
Hi, my name is James Powderly. I was an artist about 10 years ago. I founded two organizations called the Graffiti Research Lab and the Free Art and Technology Lab, and was unable to make a living, as an artist, and so I had to get a jobby job. And I've been employed for the last 10 years, and then during the pandemic, I discovered Hic et Nunc, and now I guess I'm an art collector, oddly enough. I first learned about Tezos from the Clean NFT Discord. I think that the Clean NFT Discord really spread the word about a lot of different blockchain technology. And I was casually familiar with the blockchain before, for years going back. Had friends who were dabbling in NFTs, and even people like Raphael Rosendell or Adi Wagenknecht, who were really like the early originators of kind of putting digital art onto the chain. And I didn't know the different technology, right? And so I got a chance to learn from people like Mehmet Akten and Kyle McDonald about some of the consequences of using Ethereum, and then followed up to learn about other blockchain tech that didn't have those same consequences, And it seemed like a no-brainer to me to start there for looking at, where I would kind of start my collecting career, where the clean action was, more or less. I mean, when you collect an artwork, or you collect a body of art, you create something, right? I mean, your collection is really definitive of who you are. And we talk sometimes about, like, you make a list of blue chip artists and I'll make a list of blue chip artists, and where we overlap and intersect, maybe those are really going to be blue chip artists. And maybe where we're different is like where two collectors learn about themselves. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you like that work? Why? And I like this work, and why do we not like the same thing? And I think that's why we get to support so many artists on Hic et Nunc, or on Tezos in general, because there's just so many different types of collectors who are interested in really, really different types of work. I was an artist for years, and I loved it. I loved making the work. I just didn't love being, chronically poor. I mean, I appreciate the fact that artists can make a living. I mean, that's the kind of fundamental thing. If you strip all of it away, artists deserve to make a living. They deserve to get paid for their creative work. It's not just designers working for corporations that deserve that work. The artists who are kind of stepping out into this new elastic space that sort of define not just the artistic or aesthetic movements of the future, but also like defining the technological movement of the future, right? I mean, I'm getting really excited about the possibilities of DAOs, like groups of people getting together, friends and strangers, kind of combining their resources and trying to really collect and establish the blue chip important pieces on Tezos. Some of them already have kind of shot up to be like above the purchasing power of like just any individual. And so like working together with my friends and strangers too, and people who know a lot more about art than me, and people who know a lot more about finance than me, I think we have an opportunity to kind of elevate some of these artists who really deserve the attention.
I'm a new media artist interested in power, selfhood, and embodied consciousness through drawing and shared immersive space. Actually, Tezos was my first it wasn't my first NFT, it was my second, but was definitely my most ambitious and conceptual. The project was called Contract Killers. Contract Killers was a project about accountability using the contractual language of blockchain. And it also was intended to shine a light on not just on smart contracts and where they succeed and fail, but more than that, broken social contracts of all kinds. And so it was really important that we also consider the environment in that conversation. What I find exciting is all of the potential in blockchain itself for creative experimentation.
Welcome. We are here today at Block Space, presented by Tezos at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. We are joined today by some amazing panelists to talk about a area of the traditional art world that is really kind of coming into its own, one reason or another, through the existence of NFTs and kind of the Web3 movement. We're talking about the digital art market. Today we are joined by Felix and Kate, and I will actually give them a few seconds to introduce themselves, and then we'll jump in. Kate, you want to kick it off?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here to speak. My name is Kate, Kate Vass. I'm a founder of Kate Vass Gallery. We are based in Switzerland and Zurich, and we are focusing on generative art and digital art since 2017. So we've been kind of a forerunner for the NFT and Web3 related exhibitions, and we've been the pioneering gallery who has been showing NFTs physically since 2019. And the first blockchain show has been given in 2018, where we've been introducing CryptoPunks as a physical works for the first time. Yeah, so just a short intro. I also run a consulting company which is related and consulting about the collection management, NFT, art advisory, and sustainability.
So Felix here, very honored to be here. Also, like, good to see Reed again. I mean, like, so Kate is a OG, like, you know, as a gallery in generative art, you know, in NFTs. For me, you know, I got into crypto quite early. Like, I bought my first Bitcoin back in like 2017, and really, like, I just got into like NFT art early last year. So it's only like been a year of a wonderful journey for me. And so I run two crypto projects, ARPA Chain and also Bella Protocol. We are actually not doing anything related to art. We are more building the blockchain infrastructure, building verifiable random beacon that support, you know, random numbers to blockchain games, generative art, lotteries, and also finance. So the random beacon is one of the use case that we have. And also we are in DeFi. We build Uniswap v3 simulator that helped with the back testing and also a yield aggregator on top of Ethereum. But I got into like NFT art last year, and actually I'm a big supporter of Hikanunk and also now Taya.art. I really love like the community, and as a volunteer, you know, I try to help here and there for the foundation.
Wonderful. Welcome, Kate. Welcome, Felix. You know, I think a really good way to start off this conversation is just lay some foundational aspects. First of all, NFTs as a category of art is kind of a misnomer. An NFT is just a mechanism for buying and selling things. It's a piece of software. Artists are able to do different creative things with the blockchain that is given. But overall, the category of digital art has preceded for a very, very long time the kind of hubbub around NFTs and everything around that. And Kate, I wonder if you could just kind of give a little overview of what is the digital art market to the traditional kind of contemporary art world?
Tricky question. Well, actually, it's well, digital art, it's nothing new, you know. It didn't it was not found yesterday or 1 year ago, 2 years ago. It has forerunners. It's been there are many art movements like Fluxus and Dada and conceptual art and I don't know, art as an instruction, you know. From the beginning of 20th century, you know, the different art movements have been kind of a predecessors for digital art. And of course, with the development of technology over years, over decades, you know, since 60s, 70s, 80s, with the introduction of more and more technological progress, artists have been just exposed to use different tools as a creative in their creative practice, to literally make a study and make their ideas maybe live in the different digital form as well, you know, rather than just being limited to physical tools, you know. So yeah, the history is huge. The history is long. So, and the traditional art market is, as we know, you know, if we go to Art Basel, for example, if we go to TEFOF, if we go to different kind of beautiful art fairs, we see that the predecessors of digital art is there, right? We see a lot of works from 20s and 30s and 50s and 60s, Andy Warhol, you know, like we have Sol LeWitt, you know, like exhibited also. So actually, it's not that far. So it's not really that traditional art market is completely unaware of digital art, right? It's not true. It's more like, you know, supporting digital art from the historical perspective, you know, and is there for any collector or the collector who wants to start collecting to look at the history, how it's all started, or, you know, where the contemporary digital artists have kind of getting inspiration from the history of art. So digital art is kind of more new native for the last decades, but it's again not really new because we already have seen the photography is also that came with a technological progress that has been accepted as a fine art. The museum started to collect photography, you know, many collectors had added up to their collections photography works. And then we've seen video when it's been introduced. Also, first everybody was like, how do you collect video? But at the end of the day, video works were also accepted and also started, you know, to be added up to a very huge, famous private collections and museum collections. And digital art has been shown and exhibited for decades already, you know, by smaller galleries or medium galleries or very specific galleries and museums who had only a focus on that kind of, you know, movement. And as a traditional art market overall in the world, if we have looked like holistically, yes, it's just one of the components that is a kind of like a puzzle to add up to the whole holistic picture, you know. So if it's missing, we are missing it a lot, but it doesn't mean that it can exist just by itself because there is a history behind. So it's just, you know, that we are all kind of, you know, how do you say it in English? Supporting each other, you know, like one movement supports another, you know, completeness. Exactly. So it is completeness. Yeah. And what else? I think I answered the question.
Yeah, and I think actually you uncovered a really interesting idea there, both about the photography, but it's the word tool, and that you know, when photography first came around and was slowly accepted as a fine art, and digital art for where it is right now, the tools that go into photography drastically improved as technological advances made lenses better, different types of lenses, different types of exposures, that you know, actual digital cameras themselves from analog cameras as well. When we look at digital art today versus where it came from, you know, it not being a new thing, being around for a very long time, you know, every single technological innovation seemingly creates new opportunities for innovation within this art category. And Felix, I'm wondering if just at a very like base level to give our audience a better understanding of what we're talking about here, what are some of the different types of digital art out there in the idea of different tools that are used to create it?
Mm-hmm. Got it. So I feel like, you know, like the tools that creating digital art has been existed for a very long time, you know, several decades. You know, people right now, like for example, generative art, a lot of the artwork are are coded by P5JS or open processing. These frameworks were introduced probably in like 2 decades ago. So that was a long time ago. And I feel like, blockchain is also a fantastic tool for the transactions, right? So blockchain, it's verifiable, it's tamper-proof, and there's timestamp. So, like there are several ways to do it, right? You can put a code within the smart contract, to fit the limitation of a smart contract. That's kind of strict. That by strict definition, it's generative art based on smart contract. Or you can store it, in IPFS or in some other places, and you can do the transaction on blockchain. That's like maybe in most cases, for the current NFT market. So really, I feel like, you have the tools, that's advancing for digital art creation. And also you have the tools like blockchains, like other gadgets that support the transaction of, these artworks. And one thing that I find really interesting is, like in the past, digital artists is definitely underrepresented in the contemporary art world. However, like, there are so many creators on Instagram, on Facebook, on Behance, that they create, wonderful works. However, just because, like there's no limited editions, right? There's no scarcity, and there's no blockchain to facilitate the trade. Like these artists and these like even hobbyists are underdiscovered, right? Maybe they live in a third world country, or maybe they live in somewhere that they cannot get in touch with galleries that represent them. Maybe they are not so familiar with like how to get into the social ladder, how to get into the inner circle of the contemporary art world, right? So these people can be discovered or can be provided with a stage, in our case, like the NFT market. So that's why we see like the number of artists actually increases when, like, I believe when blockchain technology is more mature. So you really like you have the tools for creation and you have the tools to facilitate the transactions.
Is there any type of elements of consideration around the actual artist, especially from both you engaging with artists a lot, both as from the gallery perspective and a collector perspective, of how does one master new tools in the digital art world, in kind of the idea of somebody who is a painter of a particular style, that has mastered a particular stroke, that is known for that stroke, has perfected over lots of trial and error. How does somebody who mainly uses machine learning or plotting, how do they kind of go about it? Is it mainly self-taught? Are there institutions that are helping kind of teach these new tools and techniques?
Well, actually, I think, it's really very individual. Some of artists, they come from the professional background, so they've been a designer, for example, or they've been working with animation tools or in film or elsewhere. Some of them, they've been working with code or with big data, with those sort of, machine learning already by the profession. And then, with the introduction of NFTs and blockchain, like the hype around it last year, many just dropped their professional jobs and decided to be a full-time artist, and those kind of cases, they're quite rare, but I see them a lot. And I think it's also very brave. But there are also a big amount of artists that they actually come from the academical, very traditional art schools, or they've been painting or using standard tools, as traditional ones. And then, with the introduction of technology, they started to use, for example, digital canvases, that they started to create. Then they started to learn teaching themselves, like, you know, how to do the animation, how to do this and that, what the better tools, you know, to create like maybe 3D, and then they just literally watch, they create their communities, you know, they ask on Twitter, you know, each other, please, can you help me with this? Oh my God, you know, they see each other's works, they start to connect, and then they say, how can I be, how can I create similar things? You know, can you please help me? And this is also probably that's why we see more and more communities engaging together, like Hiking Nunk, or, you know, like Felix, you mentioned another one after Hiking Nunk, like artists DAOs or artist communities, you know, they're trying to create something together, you know, like, and learn from each other. So it's a mixture of both. But what also I see is, at least recently for the last 3 months, I've been approached quite a lot of times to do a mentorship, free mentorship programs, you know, for the artists who are either from actually both sides, the ones who are being more tech savvy, and the other ones, you know, who are actually lacking the tech perspective, but they still want to market and want to engage into the NFTs, or, you know, to position themselves. And for example, Art Dubai, you know, like, they organized this mentorship program this year. I did a couple of sessions, and I was fascinated, you know, by the amount of artists, you know, asking questions, and they all come from different experience. But all of them still have some gaps, you know, to fill in. Yeah, so I think, you know, the space offers varieties. There's no like one single person who can say, no, it's only, they're all coming from the same background, and that's the beauty of it, I guess. I don't know, maybe.
Why do you
Yeah.
think that might be? Well, what is the overarching attraction of more artists coming and turning to, you know, things like those residencies or mentorship programs to learn about these? What's bringing them to the art market?
I guess the interest to actually facilitate the trade, right? To get some exposure, to finally reach their perfect collectors, you know, to show their art, to be recognized, you know, to learn more also, you know. Of course, you know, the seek of knowledge is also there, but I guess everybody wants to understand if maybe they also can be found by gallery, or if they can actually market themselves, you know, just join in some spaces or marketplaces and finding the collector's base.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, if we kind of take a pause there and really kind of level set at the idea of the collector base connecting with the artist, you know, the traditional analog art market is very well documented of value of prominent artists, of institutions that support kind of those mechanisms as well. The digital art market does have that to a degree, but the changing landscape of technology, the tools that go into the digital art, has created kind of a world where you have artists that are on the cutting edge of things, that are using, just to go back to it again, machine learning or CAN plotting and many things, many tools and techniques like that. How do galleries and collectors, and Felix, maybe you can take a stab at this first, how do you stay ahead of knowing what is actually quality? What is something that took 400 hours to produce and wasn't made in an afternoon? How do you evaluate work?
Sure. I feel like, you know, first of all, like this is kind of like two parts of the question. Is like, first of all, like where do I find these artists, right? There are so many people out there that, you know, they have like wonderful creations. And the second part of the question is really like, how do I kind of identify like how much work is put into the artwork. So I feel like the first part is really like our industry, like the NFT, the whole NFT art, and even like the NFT like marketplace as a whole. We are still at infancy, very early stage. And I feel like there are more and more galleries, curators are getting, into the industry, and to help collectors, help these like art lovers, to identify, like the right artists. I feel like, because I live in New York, so like I talk to different galleries quite frequently. Like many of them are interested in NFTs. And I feel like for the NFT space, one of the big lacking area is how to tell the story. Like how do you also like give more awareness to the artist? How do you express the artist's real feelings, to the public? And then like a lot of the NFT artists, grassroots, crypto artists, they don't, they are good at, social engagement or like community engagement. However, they might need some help, in getting more awareness, like especially in the traditional art world, and plus like the mass media. So I feel like, galleries, curators can be very helpful there, to identify the artist. For myself, actually, like because I'm a big supporter of Hikanunk and Taya.art. So I have my own curated list on Twitter. So like I just, spend a lot of time there, follow these artists' tweets. And sometimes if I feel like collecting, I'll just, go to their page and collect some. And in terms of the second part of the question, how do I evaluate the work? There are many ways. For example, for generative art or for like short videos, like it's very, I'd say like it's quite easy to see the quality because there are just like a wide variety of all different artworks. And if there are something unique, you can actually like, as long as you look enough of it, you can easily identify what's unique, what's not. And also like maybe like call for help from experts like Kate, like to really like see how the work is made. Yeah.
So Kate, what's the expert opinion? Oh yeah, go ahead, Felix. Finish up. Yeah.
Honestly, Felix, you are the expert. I just want to comment one thing. You say, well, it's actually easy. You can see that, this is the quality work because you can understand, that this is a beautiful, because you are a tech-savvy person and you are not, you understand the process behind, you understand the algorithm, you understand the kind of computer program that has been used to run the code or to create the work. So for you probably it's easy to identify that yes, this work is made by this particular algorithm, for example, and that's why you like it, because you understand behind the technology, or at least a little bit more about the IT. And then you say, and you can also say easy, that it's unique. Again, because you understand how blockchain works, you kind of already have this extra knowledge, which majority of collectors don't have, to say, I check a couple of things, I just, click a couple of times, and you already know how to differentiate. Okay, you see the history on the blockchain. Yes, it is unique. It was minted here and there. You know how to navigate the space. But again, because you are not a standard collector, I tell you, you have a lot of already extra features as a collector, and kind of extra knowledge that you that works as a benefit for you in this case, and then you kind of use it in a very smart way. When you feel like collecting, literally you just click and collect. If you have some attachment to the work, right? But majority of collectors, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, they don't have this relationship with the laptop, with the computer. They just, if they can switch it on, navigate through the email, look through the, through some websites, buy something on eBay, and check out and do I don't know, some easy stuff, e-banking, then this is like a standard person. And then, yes, some of them already know more about the blockchain rather than 2 years ago. But in NFT space, majority of people just easily lost, like, and it doesn't matter where they start, even if they go on Hikenung. I mean, it starts first of all, what kind of assets do I have that I'm capable to buy with, right? If I like something and I want to collect. I collect as well a lot. I mean, we have a huge collection with the gallery, and I also have my personal collection. And then I'm like, do I have Tezos on my account?
Yeah.
I mean, before I go shopping, how many Tezos I have? And then I say, maybe I go to this platform because I don't have much Tezos. And then, like, you start thinking, do I have Ethereum? Am I Ethereum person, or am I a Tezos person? Or maybe I'm a Solana person, like, now we have all this beautiful choice. Or there are some collectors who says, no, I don't want to be exposed to cryptocurrencies. This is too far of a stretch for me. So I'm just going to stay in US dollars, or like, fiat currency. I'm not going to say even to US dollars. So I say, okay, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to browse around. If I like something, the more adventurous ones, they write on Twitter to artists or to the gallerist and say, can I buy your work with dollars? Or how can I collect your work if I don't have crypto? And then, the adventurous ones, who are not shy enough, and they can reach out to the collector, to the gallerist, or to the advisor directly, then they are lucky to probably find a solution and buy with the work without even being exposed to crypto. But for that, they still need a wallet. They still need some tools, or some support. And I've seen, for like 2 years ago, it was like a gallery, and there were like only 1 or 2 in the space who actually could facilitate the trade, or could explain and really try to educate the collector how to deal with this. Or it was, majority of the time, it was an artist himself or herself trying to support their collector, explaining how it works, giving some sort of, crash course, how to navigate in the space, open the MetaMask wallet, top up the cryptocurrencies, or accept US dollars and then just transact the token, or even store the token for them, like multiple solutions. But now, like, I see, of course, more galleries in the space and more NFT advisors, who, people are very smart, they see the opportunity, they take it, and they say, okay, now I can advise also a lot, to help this transaction, between the artist and the collector, to explain how it works. So you, Felix, you are really an exception. You are more on an exceptional side rather than on the average person who is just out there to collect.
Yeah, like I also want to add some color on like the bad user experience that the whole blockchain industry, like, or the NFT market has, right? So several weeks ago, I was at one of the top collector, like the contemporary art collector's house, and like the family wanted me to teach their twin daughters, how to collect NFTs, and then how to mint their NFTs, mint their work like into NFTs, right? So I spent like 2 hours to set up like Temple Wallet on Tezos, to set up MetaMask on Ethereum for their parents, right? And then to set up like Coinbase to buy Tezos and also to buy ETH, pass the KYC, which is very complicated, and then to buy some token, to buy some coins, transfer into Temple wallets, and buy some work on Tezos.art. Also because Tezos.art is permissionless, right? So I need to tell them like who to buy, who are the artists that's worth looking at. And then I also taught them how to transfer the Tezos into their twin daughters' wallet, and then how to mint on Tezos.art. So the whole process took me 2 hours. And if I'm not like their good friend, they'll probably just cut me off. Like, it's just like the user experience need to be improved a lot, right? So there are so many people who want to buy NFTs with credit card, with fiat, like dollar or euro, and also like people maybe just want to get rid of the wallet. Then maybe they just want to, like try out like if they can register with email with like password. I think maybe Kukai has some features like that. But in general, the user experience need to be improved a lot. If our industry wants to grow into like 1 billion users.
Oh yeah, it's not friendly, really. That's why I think, when the whole idea of democratization of art market just found its concept, many, many years ago. And then, we saw marketplaces coming up and saying, let's eliminate all the middlemen and all the middle women like myself. Many galleries and many curators and advisors, they were like freaking out, like, oh no, how come, we are going to lose our job, we become really irrelevant. Oh my god, this is the worst, to become irrelevant, right? But they said, no, calm down, everyone, we still need it, because actually, you need some validation in between still, and none of the marketplaces have time or capacity to actually spend these hours of explaining this 2-3 hours to the collector, how it works, also to be an additional validator of, even there is a blockchain, to say, okay, this is the transaction, this is the token, went one place and came to the wallet of a collector. If something happens to the marketplace, if the artist didn't mint or didn't create a smart contract himself or herself, it was minted on some marketplace, there is also a risk of a marketplace, right? So if something happens, who do they connect? To the artist, and artist says, okay, the marketplace is missing, I can mint a new token, it's going to be a different token, it's going to be different marketplace. So, but we have to always think in advance, in the future. If I'm a collector, I also want to see inventory for myself, right? And not only for the blockchain, to evaluate these risks. So I can come to the gallery like myself and say, hey, something happened with the marketplace, but you sold this work to me. I have an invoice from you. I have a proof how much I paid, what has been the transaction, which kind of token has been transacted to me, this blockchain transaction state there as well. But I also can actually come to the tax authorities in 5 years and say, yes, that was how much I paid, this is where I bought it, and this is, yes, I registered, and this is what, like in my inventory, in my collection, and if something happens to the marketplace or else, I can also come to the gallery and ask, can you please support me? And create it again, to create this token and register and give me some sort of document as well, maybe, like to support this. I mean, so I think, there is still some sort of service that the gallery can provide to the collector, and also to enable them to transact in various currencies. If you want to transact in pesos, in US dollars, in Swiss franc, in pounds, doesn't matter. We will find a solution for you. If you need a holistic approach, that should be the approach of a gallery. You are literally becoming not only a gallery just to exhibit the work, but you become a financial advisor, a tax advisor, a kind of a art advisor, NFT advisor, and also like literally like 24/7 support to the collector, who can rely on you. And it's just, the relationship that is, again, the human factor, which is important.
So Kate, what you're essentially explaining here is that if you're having a physical gallery displaying and showcasing digital art, maybe even pieces that were specifically designed and produced for your gallery opening in the digital market, there's all these additional layers still, especially from the NFT side of things, that have to go through and explain for the traditional kind of physical art world collector to be able to engage.
Yeah, if they're not curious themselves, just to spice up their traditional art collectors, but they're willing to learn, they're willing to actually understand what is this hype about. I think of course they needed education. Education is missing, and as Felix says, it's not user friendly for now. So you have to be this sort of front to make it user friendly, or try to at least navigate them a couple of times, introduce them how it works, and then they learn. And once they learn, you know, like you literally set them free, and they have a freedom to collect on marketplaces, as well as in the galleries, as well as in Tezos and everywhere else. But somebody has to bring them to the space and guide them a little bit, you know.
And I think that's a really good place to kind of press pause on the conversation and switch gears a little bit back to the art itself. In the beginning, we talked about tools and techniques, and especially in the last half a decade, we've seen the emergence of generative art really come into play. Because of the new tools and techniques to create randomness, to create works where data sets are being manipulated by the artist to create something else. And Felix, I was wondering maybe if you could just kind of touch on, like, what am I talking about? How do you explain that? And like, what is this world of generative art and randomness and data sets of millions of flowers being used to create some beautiful dynamic imagery?
Sure. Yeah, so like I'm a big fan of generative art. I minted and I collected a lot on art blogs, and also like one of the so actually two of the artists that represented by Kate Vass, Golid, and also Abaj. These are all my really like favorite artists, among my favorite artists. And in terms of like the randomness, because like my ARPA also does like random beacon, verifiable random beacon. So, and randomness is very important for generative art, right? So you want to have like randomness that infused into the minting of the generative art, and each like different randomness will create one piece of like unique art. So that's essentially what's the generative art is all about, right? The randomness. So I feel like even I know that we should talk about more on the art side, but in terms of the tools, like randomness and also better tools, like these are all very important for the development of generative art. And also it's also about transparency and trust. How can you make sure that nobody can manipulate the randomness to get the beautiful works versus like the not so beautiful works. I think these are very important things.
And when we talk about those aspects, like, are there any artists beyond the two that you pointed out that are pushing kind of the boundaries? I guess the end question we're trying to get to here is, what is the next boundary to be discovered in the digital art market?
I think, like we touched the generative art, right? But we didn't touch all other mediums, and new media art as an umbrella is also like generative art. What is generative art, right? It's one of the term how we use to describe sort of things, right? And how generative artists create works. They are like also term digital art and digital artists. What's the difference like? And there is a lot of confusion. There are also 3D artists, 2D artists, animation, video, photography, digital photography, augmented reality, which is also very interesting. This kind of, it's all different tools, right? But it's all digital. So just to kind of say that it's all digital because it's digital in natural work. So it means it's been purely created with the support of the autonomous machine, right? With the support or purely by the machine, when the artist is kind of given a sort of code and runs the algorithm through the sort of process to discover new aesthetics generated by different kind of algorithms. It can be GANs, like generative adversarial neural networks. It can be processing. It can be convolutional neural networks. You know, there are many, many different kind of codes, you know, algorithms that the artist can use as a tool. And some of them, they're experts in one, some of them, they're experts in many, and some of them, they're using those sort of algorithms to ask a certain conceptual or philosophical questions, like you gave an example of Kevin Abosch, that uses these tools from a conceptual perspective, questioning the value, for example, of systems, and then seeing what kind of tool can support him to investigate this and this idea, for example. You know, and then you know, like really introduce the artwork which kind of will serve the best in order to present this concept. But there are other artists, like pure generative artists, you know, who would run the code to within a set of artistic constraints and literally guiding the whole process for a certain desired results. And the beauty of generative code, that sometimes it has its errors. And at the end of the day, you know, like there are also some errors that might come up as a result and surprise the artist. So, you know, you see there are different kind of approaches of how the artist work and uses the machine, regardless of the tool, you know, that he uses, whether from a conceptual point of view, and then he's looking for the tool that serves him, like a little slave, like Vera Molnar always used this term and saying, like, I'm going to use my plotters, you know, as little slaves, you know. But some of them, they're just running the code and experimenting of how it will visualize, you know, of what they're writing, what they're coding. Yeah, so I guess that's the difference, and that's the beauty of it, that it's all digital, like, because it's digitally natural, different tools, and different approaches. That's why we have such a great variety of artworks.
Yeah, Felix, any thoughts on that front as well?
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, I totally agree with Kate. You know, there's a whole variety of digital art. Generative is just one very small part of it. But I do feel like, you know, generative art is somehow more related to smart contract, if they can, you know, fit the code into the smart contract, very compact, and then so everything that's kind of living on blockchain, that's very crypto native. However, like, I do think the beauty of digital art is really about the variety, you know, like the short videos, anime, like art, generative art forms, like everything. So like what kind of attracted me to Hikanunk is that it's because like the variety of the art. You know, you have glitch artists there, you know, you have people who does like machine learning, AI, using the algorithms to generate the art. You have like very, very famous generative artists on Hikanunk. And also you have, you know, just like digital artists in general. So I feel like, you know, blockchain really enables a lot more people to be artists. So one thing that really kind of moved me was like on Hikanunk, 60% of the artists, actually more than 60% of the artists actually also purchase art from other artists. So people are helping each other. And a lot of the collectors, like myself, you know, I'll just like browse the web, and then like I'll buy anything that I feel like beautiful, you know, also because like the price is very affordable there. So like I'm happy to support like maybe even like the first timer mint, you know, people who mint the first time. I just feel like there's nowhere else that you can find this kind of community.
Yeah, and I think the term democratization of art is loosely thrown around and has been for a while, but the prevalence and the explosion of the digital art market, because and through NFTs, has, as you just said, Felix, created the opportunity for a lot more people, not necessarily to earn a living, but to be able to explore their artistic talents and who they want to be and who they see themselves as an artist because of these opportunities, because of people collecting, because of people supporting an artist, supporting artists. And, Kate, I guess the question to you is like, what does that mean for the next few years and the next decades on, that we have more people turning to this creative nature, this creative opportunity? What will that do for the art world and especially for the digital art world?
Sure. I think in general, blockchain is kind of flattening the whole organization structure, right? Like people talk about DAO, decentralized autonomous organization, because like everyone can do their part, do some contribution together as like a very flat, in a very flat structure, right? So that's the same with, with the like NFT art industry, because you have more and more people who used to be just hobbyists. They're entering the market, they're creating more contents, they're monetized. Some of them can monetize on their contents. Maybe like 1% of them can become professional artists, right? Maybe they'll quit their full-time job if they're successful at making NFT art. And maybe like among that 1%, maybe 1% of that 1% can finally become like the master of the contemporary art, of the, they can go to world stage, be represented by the top galleries, top curators, enter the museum. So I just feel like, the base is much bigger than before. So one thing I actually read on the, within Hikanan community that really kind of moved me was, imagine a world that your parents who are not wealthy, they encourage their children to become artists. Imagine a world like that, it's going to be a better world. Right now, like I feel like, people who pursue professional artist route, they most likely they are from like a somewhat wealthy family. They don't need to worry much about their cost of living and everything. But with NFTs, more and more people can become, or they have the potential of become a professional artist. I think that's the most important thing. Maybe we can have 100 times more artists in number, more hobbyists in number, and just like 1% of those will become professional. And that will just like, that will increase the professional artist number by multiple magnitude, I guess. I hope, yeah.
As we kind of come up to the end here of the panel, I think we've really done a great job of kind of covering at the start, the background of the digital art market. This is not something new. However, the new tools and techniques, and Kate, you did a great job of listing off so many more, not just generative stuff, but animation, digital photography, and the list goes on. And that through that, the digital art market is continuing to expand. And even as NFTs create this new sense of awareness of it, there are still hurdles, acquisition hurdles, user onboarding hurdles, and just collectors who want to engage with it that don't know how. And so kind of in parting here, would love to just kind of pose the final question to you both of, where is the digital art market today? Where is it going to go? But how does it get there? Kate, if you want to kick it off, and Felix, you can close it out.
Oh, I want to give a positive statement, but I think Felix fits better for the positive statement because I don't have such a positive overview for the near future. I think there's still a big user experience is missing. Like the big part, the user experience is still not perfect and actually too far away from being perfect. Also, for the exhibition experience, we are quite limited, even as a gallerist, as in institutions, not to talk about collectors, how to feel, how to live with digital art and how to experience and exhibit it, also. It requires a lot of tech support, a lot of good tech support and again, you know, a lot of financial support, because it's rather costly. You know, it's expensive to set up the good exhibitions without the proper tech frames, you know, like without TV screens, projections and stuff like that. And the really good quality ones, you know, not to kind of fail in this, you know, the resolution of the artwork or something like that, and to really try to market and exhibit the work in the right way, that the first time collector walks into this space and look at the low resolution, very strange flat TV screen, and there is some sort of JPEG moving. He would look at it and he's like, nah, not really, not for me, maybe because it doesn't really touch me, you know. But if we can create something seriously cool, you know, for them, and they walk in and they feel something that they don't feel or never felt before, you know, once they look at the work, this is when we talk, or this is what I'm talking, you know, like the engagement with the collector, with the audience in a different way. And this is when we, you know, so we actually really need support from the hardware industry, from the IT, from tech sector, you know, to engage more and support artists, support galleries, support institutions. Also, maybe give us some sort of tools for the collectors that we can use also to experience and for the experience of artworks, of digital art. That will help a lot, but because we are still quite early at the stage, you know, where it might develop. And even if we talk about Web3 and experiences within this decentraland spaces, we did an exhibition in 2020 like that. But again, how many really people can visit that? You know, who has Oculus 2? Maybe 400? And that's it. And then, you know, yes, it is living somewhere there in the space. And, you know, the more people get engaged, you know, into the space and they buy Oculus tool, they can come in, follow the link and go and look at this artistic experience. But, you know, it's really like 1, 2, 3, okay, 400. But what is 400 if we compare the whole world? So we really need to engage as a community from all different sectors to create something that becomes meaningful. Otherwise, it's just really sad. You know, we are trying to achieve something here, but we are still lacking the quality of other little tools. So yes, if we see a lot of artists, we have a supply of art and we have a demand of art, but we don't have tools how to exhibit it, how to experience, how to collect it, how to look at it, then this is a problem.
Thank you, Kate.
I really hope that there will be more companies trying to support these kind of things, you know, and also the art market from both sides. I don't know, maybe Felix has a more positive message.
Yeah, or Felix, you got time for a third company?
Well, like first of all, like I feel like, you know, I totally agree. I can feel the pain, you know, as a, you know, also as a collector, also as a friend of many traditional collectors who want to get into NFT market. I feel the pain, especially on the user experience, user onboarding side of things. But think about it, like our industry, like the whole blockchain industry is less than what, like several years old, right? So less than 10 years old, really, like from the birth of smart contract, Ethereum, that's maybe just, you know, 7 years old. And then from the first real application, which is DeFi, from to now, it's only 2 years old. You know, DeFi grew 1,000 times within, you know, in TVL, total value locked, within the past 2 years. That's like amazing growth. And then NFT market, from like the flourish of the NFT market was only from past year, right? So that's 1 year old versus the art world, which is several hundreds of years old. So we are still at infancy, first of all. I feel like there are going to be more participants, right? More tech companies, more tech teams that's kind of optimizing the user experience, faster blockchains, you know, more scalability support. And also in terms of like the stakeholders of NFTs, we can have more artists and more collectors, especially younger generation collectors who are more tech savvy versus the old generation. And then like, better liquidity because of the nature of blockchain, the nature of the marketplace, more transparency, like all the transactions is recorded on the blockchain. So in general, I feel like it's an effort, it's a collective effort, right? From the tech side, from the artist side, from the collector side. And we are also in the same battlefield with the younger generation who are born to be digital native, who are born to be like computer or internet native. And I guess like maybe 10 years, 20 years later, they are going to be crypto native. They'll have their first wallet versus they'll have before they even have their first bank account. So these problems, I just feel like, over time can be solved. But also like, because I'm also an industry practitioner, I tend to be more optimistic. I hope all of them can be realized in probably like 5 to 10 years.
And that's a great that's the upbeat tone that we're looking for to close things out. The sun will rise, and I think that as a moniker for where the digital art market is going is a great way to end this conversation. Felix and Kate, I want to thank you very much both for your time today. I want to thank everybody tuning in virtually and everybody in the audience at South by Southwest at Blockspace presented by Tezos. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Rise, for inviting. It's been a pleasure to speak with you guys.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Reed. And thanks for Tezos for this awesome panel.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to Enter the Metaverse, a topic that would be impossible to cover in 45 minutes, but we are going to try valiantly to share whatever insights it is we can offer on this wide-ranging set of topics. Before we get started, I wanted to say a huge thank you to Tezos and Blockhouse for putting this amazing series on. Every time something like this is going on, it's a good idea to make sure you're there. So first of all, a big round of applause for them. And now, I'm going to throw to these amazing panelists to introduce themselves. I'm going to start from my left to my right. So Lori, I don't know what you can see, but you're immediately to my right. So I'd love to open to you to introduce yourself.
I can see everything, and sorry I'm not there with everybody, and I'm here, and for whatever it's worth, everybody, we just lost power. So thank God for generators, so thank God for technology, not quite the same, but I want to thank everybody for coming. This was such an exciting opportunity to be part of this, and we'll share more of that during the panel. I guess I was supposed to say my name, Lori Pressman, Vice President, Pantone Color Institute. Sorry. I mean, the fact that I got back on and reconnected, I'm just a little frazzled for the next 2 minutes, so I apologize.
Sasha, over to you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sasha Stiles. I'm a poet. I'm also a visual artist, and I'm an artificial intelligence researcher as well. I've been writing poetry pretty much my entire life, and just kind of am obsessed with words and books and libraries and things like that. But I'm at the same time very interested in technology and thinking about the future. And I happen to be friends with a number of robots and hang out with disembodied neural nets on a regular basis. And all of these sort of disparate experiences and interests sort of conspired to bring me into the metaverse for the first time at the end of 2020. That led me to meet a number of really exciting crypto artists and curators. I started minting my first poems as NFTs at the beginning of 2021, about a year ago, I guess. And and then at the end of last year, I also co-founded a crypto poetry gallery called The Verseverse with two other writers, Callan Iwamoto and Ana Maria Caballero, and have just been sort of exploring the potential for literature on the blockchain with my amazing community of poets who are in Tezos and on other blockchains as well. And thank you so much for having me here today.
Hi everyone, I'm Sudhakar Potineni. I'm head of blockchain at The Gap Inc. Pretty fortunate to be here and thankful for the Tezos community that have accepted and welcomed us with warm hearts. We just launched our first NFT experience pass in the month of January, and it's been awesome reception globally, and we are looking forward to kind of expanding the program. So looking forward to that.
Well, let's pick up there. So this panel is titled Enter the Metaverse. So I think stopping in with each of you about what entering the metaverse means. So in your case, what does it mean for the Gap to be entering the metaverse? And what's maybe exciting to you when you think about the relationship of brands and creators kind of moving into this new realm?
Yeah, I think we are at a very interesting time right now, especially with the metaverse. Like, there is the amount of technology that's enabling new experiences, like for example, all the way from AR, VR to mixed reality that's coming through. I think it will definitely change the way customers engage with different brands and creators, right? Like, so I think the two interesting areas where we'll see significant impact would say, product discovery and customer engagement, right? Just think of it like, for example, with how cool would it be, like, if a customer can look at a jacket in a 3D experience. Like, I'm sure, like, if you guys have been around the booths here, you would have seen the first booth over there, like where they were creating the 3D experience, the 3D avatars, right? How cool would it be, like, if you could kind of look at your jacket on your avatar and being able to see it with few gestures of like, how would this jacket look on a sunny beach? How would it look in a dim lit restaurant? Or like, how would the same jacket on you look in a basically in an office setting and before you make the purchase, right? So I think it's gonna the whole product discovery experience of like how customers engage in the metaverse, like with the technologies that are unlocking, is going to be pretty interesting, and that's something that we want to be in the forefront and be able to kind of be part of the technology as this is happening and learn with everyone and then being able to deliver it for our customers. So I think that's how I think about like when it comes to metaverse and like how brands can kind of tap into it. That's one angle of it. And second thing is like as it gives new opportunities for brands to be able to tell the product story, right? So take an example of, for example, a hoodie that we just recently launched, and customers being able to look at the hoodie and being able to look at almost at the fiber level and being able to say, hey, where was this cotton sourced from, right? So and being able to say, today Gaping partners with a lot of Pace factories where we, Pace is basically a program that Gaping participates where we directly work with the factories to enable the women and women who are working in those factories and enabling them with personal advancement and career engagement opportunities. So being able to tell the story of the brand by looking at the product in a whole immersive experience and being able to tell, like, for example, the artists who are behind creating those and the designers who are able to create it in a whole immersive experience is going to be something that we can unlock in a whole metaverse kind of an experience. So that's something we are excited about, and I think those are all some of the options that will open up as we look at product discovery and customer engagement in the metaverse.
There's so much exciting stuff there, thinking about how digital twins and simulation allow us to engage with products in a totally different way and to understand them. Like if I'm a customer wanting to, as you said, see how something will look on me on my beach vacation when I've been working out for months to make sure that I look good, and then now I can see like, okay, good, in fact I will look good, or actually no, I'm glad I didn't get that. But also sort of revealing the sort of hidden worlds that we don't necessarily always see, like as you said, the fibers of the cloth. There's something coming up for me that sort of correlates, Sasha, to your work when we think about technology. You reference hanging out with robots. I'd love if you could give a little bit more context about what technology is. By the way, amazing book. Everybody should get it. Comes out next month. But if you could tell everybody a little bit more about technology, but also there's this other aspect of actually working with machines in the metaverse that's not been possible up to this point. So if you could shed a little light on that wild world.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you very much for that plug. So yes, as part of my my hanging out with robots, I do a lot of work with an AI collaborator. My poet alter ego, whose name is Technology, and the word technology in my mind is a fusion of technology and then elegy, sort of a nod to the poetic elegy, which is sort of a word that evokes something of nostalgia for things that maybe we're losing and sort of honors things that we see as fleeting or that are passing through. So that's the name of my alter ego, and also the book that Jesse mentioned is coming out next month, which is a combination of poems and AI language experiments, and also art that I've published on the blockchain, which now is getting published in the real world as well. So I do a lot of work with natural language processing. I do a lot of work, again, collaborating with machines and creating generative text experiments and really playing with language in ways that are a little bit beyond the bounds of what I have myself encountered in conventional literary magazines, or even in the poetry section of the bookstore. And in fact, a lot of the work that I've done, a lot of the poetry that I've made with technology is not confined to a printed page. It's actually multimedia poetry. It's media-rich spoken word, where there is generative text created by AI, plus original music, plus my human voice, plus animated elements, seeing words come to life. There are aspects of my work that I've brought to life in installations, so they're kind of hybrid, where they're created with digital tools, but then you're seeing them in the real world and kind of experience them and walking through. So these are all things that again, I haven't really been able to find a good home for in the traditional publishing world as it is right now. And for me, being able to get into the metaverse and bring my poetry into the metaverse is an opportunity to get to sort of break through the boundaries of what I thought poetry was, or what I think it means to be an author, and to do things that I never would have been able to do in any other way. So now I'm able to actually, also be a technologist. I'm also able to be an artist and bring things to life in 3 dimensions. I'm able to collaborate with coders and create all sorts of things that, again, wouldn't live on a printed page. So. Yeah, working with technology, and then also working with a whole suite of digital tools in different ways has been really revelatory for me as a writer. And again, I don't think that I would be doing the things that I'm doing now if I hadn't sort of entered the crypto realm, and I hadn't really found a home of other writers in the metaverse who could sort of help me workshop things the way that I would in the real world, and really kind of think together as a collective about what the future of poetry could be on the blockchain. How can we sort of look at the way language is evolving now, the way we communicate with each other now? And I mean, we can talk more about it later, but there's so many potential avenues I see for poetry that actually I think dovetail really nicely with what The Gap is doing and what Pantone's doing, and the idea that you can, you could turn a poem into a social media filter or something like that. You could turn a poem into an NFT that someone could basically select and wear the way that they would a Gap hoodie, because it fits them and they want to wear it around, and they don't want to have a poem that's on their bookshelf hidden away. Or you could potentially you could create or you could buy a poem NFT from an author that you love and personalize it by choosing a customized color palette. And maybe you have, the poem is rendered in Very Perry or whatever Pantone shade, you're kind of digging at the moment. And there's actually a really amazing poet whose Twitter handle is Encapsuled, who's doing some of these things right now and has created a marketplace for customized poetry. So there's a lot, and it's really an untapped, I think, zone right now. So I'm having a lot of fun playing in the metaverse with language.
Amazing. And segues perfectly to you, Lori. Hopefully, we've gotten through the frazzled power out moment.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it happened, I would say at 5:43 my time, 2 minutes before this panel was supposed to start. So it was just the timing of it. So I really do apologize to everybody. I think, first of all, it's really fascinating for me to listen to you both, because I'm learning something. Color is its own huge space. And I think from our point of view, we see, again, strictly as it relates to color, the ways in which the metaverse opens up the universe, because we know the gamut of color is quite different in the physical world than it is in the digital world. So we look to it immediately as color possibilities. 20 years back, when we think about what the virtual world was with Second Life, and it never really came to be in the same way we're seeing now. And I think from our point of view, as we watch the way everybody's living today, almost seamlessly crossing between this real and digital world, the way designers are working with color because we were forced to because of the pandemic, and spending so much more time, and the intimacy we now have with technology, we do see the metaverse and the digital world becoming that much more important, whether it's people creating avatars, whether it's interacting with product purchases, as you say, whether it's interacting with poetry in different ways. I think the opportunities are endless and boundless with what 3D presents to us. I think one of the areas that are a particular fascination for me is on the fashion side, quite honestly, and how many companies are investing into participating in the metaverse at all different levels of the market. And there was some survey that I saw from Statista, I believe it was, and it said something along the lines of 74% of American adults are already or considering building lives in the virtual world. That to me is mind-blowing. Am I buying clothing to wear on this Zoom call because I'm not going out, for example? So to me, I think there's a lot of endless possibilities for color, for the design community who's using our tools, and at Pantone, we listen, and we lead forward. So we continue to explore the opportunities in the metaverse.
And on that note, you just announced an NFT exploration via Very Perry, and I'd be really curious. Obviously, it's a good year for it, but I also be curious from your perspective if there's any significance with Very Perry as the color that is sort of becoming Pantone's first sort of metaversal color.
Absolutely. So to give you, I don't want to drone on and on here. Pantone Color of the Year was created in 1999 to draw attention to the relationship between culture and color. The goal for us, it's an educational program to highlight what's taking place in the global culture at a moment in time, is expressed and then reflected into the language of color because it is a language. The past couple of years, it's all been about transformation. Um, for everything that we do, it accelerated so many of the changes that we were already seeing, and we saw so many people find a will and determination to look at alternative approaches and solutions, new ideas, new methods, blah, blah, blah. I think we all know this. There's been systemic change in our own personal worlds. There's been so much change, which then, of course, leads to massive change. We're shaken from the roots. We're looking at new imaginative perspectives. We're imagining our future to rewrite our lives. So there's much more to the messaging for Very Perry, but when you look at this color, it has the qualities of the blues, the faithfulness and the constancy, the energy and the excitement of red. It is all about a carefree confidence, a daring curiosity. It's the color that projects a sense of futurism and a color that we feel exemplifies how in our world today, inventiveness, personal creativity is being expressed and established in a whole new way. So that was certainly critical to our thinking, how we've been living, as I mentioned before, with technology. We did before, but today it's so intimate. Our phones, our VR headsets, whatever it is, it's become so much more critical. There's gaming that we're seeing being expanded to. So I think when I look at Pantone Color of the Year, the qualities of the color, any partnership we create, especially through my side, which is all about the selection and global trends and what have you, has to organically reflect the message. And our focus was so much more on transformation this year and the influence of digital. And what better way to be able to bring that forward with this color that presents a sense of futurism was to have a color that would present well in the digital space. And then from there, work with Tezos, work with Polygon 1993 on artwork that was expressed to create our first NFT. I don't think we could have done it any better. So I'm thrilled that we were able to create this partnership.
This is really, like, all three of your responses just immediately, first of all, amazing. And second of all, they're really making me think about the people side of the metaverse, like the part that's been, true for several 100,000 years at least of our species. One way that I've taken to thinking about the metaverse is like the way we think about light being a particle in a wave, is that there's the enabling technologies and there's the sort of softer stuff, the people stuff that sort of correlates in the new practices. And so we're really getting at this idea of, people and soft practices rather than the enabling technologies in our sort of first comments right out of the gate. What are the attitudinal shifts that you've experienced in yourself when you think about your entry into the metaverse, but also the attitudinal shifts that you've maybe had to be part of in your workplace or with your peers or in your respective communities who maybe look at the metaverse with a certain degree of skepticism or that it's maybe just a buzzword? And this is to anyone. I'll start with my colleagues in the room to hand the baton.
Yeah, I think that's a very important perspective, right? So I think when you look at Metaverse, I think especially like take the last 1 year, right? So there have been fascinating projects that have been launched that have the community element of it at the core of it, right? So example, like when we took Gap Threads side of things, like Gap Threads, which is our NFT experience that we recently launched, the community was kind of key. Like when we thought about like how we would go about it, we chose Tezos because of the huge community aspect of it and the core community that's behind it. And even when we designed the program, it was very important for us to kind of live to our brand values of inclusivity and sustainability side of things. So when we think of from a like how we went about it, we partnered with different artists, and kind of being able to create a platform where we are enabling different artists to kind of express it. So we created a very limited edition hoodie that was basically co-designed with an artist, where there was an artistic expression with providing a platform for the artist to kind of bring his community along and being able to express his design in collaboration with us and providing a platform for them to kind of reach globally by activating the Tezos community, right? So as we think of it, I think the community is kind of key for it. And just to kind of tie it, kind of taking a step back on that, Jesse, when I think of Metaverse, I think there are 3 C's that are kind of important: community, co-creation, and collaboration, right? So I think these are going to be 3 key ones that we need to think of. Community is going to be key. You need to kind of make sure people who are investing in you, or people who are participating in, how you are taking care of them, right? So, and that could be as simple as kind of giving. Right now, we are seeing privileged access as being one of them, but it can, on the other end of the spectrum, it could be like a community-driven initiative, where a community is actually voting with their own coins, or with their own votes to kind of decide what is the product feature that you're going to build. Or a good example would be InterPop, right? So they were kind of showing off the comics, the experience that they have built, where the community is kind of key to them to kind of and deciding how does the story evolve? Who are the main characters that kind of evolve in it? So that's kind of key. So I think community is going to be a key part of it. Collaboration is going to be important in Metaverse. We need to kind of, today we talk about multiple different experiences or niche ecosystems being created. But for it to truly manifest, when we think of the ideology, where a customer owns something on the blockchain, he can kind of easily kind of take that particular asset across different ecosystems. So collaboration is going to be kind of key for different ecosystems to enable that, right? We recently saw the announcement around Dogami kind of partnering with Sandbox. How cool is that, right? So I think that's kind of key from a collaboration perspective. And co-creation, right? So this is where how do brands, or how do you, different creators who kind of look at it, how do we co-create new experiences, right? So we saw in the panel, if you have been through the booths today, if you started all the way, we had a booth where we are able to create a 3D avatars of people, and there's a booth right next to it where they were creating the 3D, the kicks or the shoes, right? So how cool would it be to kind of co-create an experience where the avatars are able to wear the shoes, right? So, and be able to try it out. So I think those 3 C's are going to be important, and I think that kind of emphasizes what you're saying around community being kind of key. So it's a change in mindset of how brands think about it, how do you bring people along, how do you provide those unique experiences. I think that's going to be key.
Okay, that's amazing. That's a lot to take in. So interesting. So let me be a word nerd for 1 second. So when I hear the word metaverse, I always think about where it came from, and we're all using it now, and it feels so it's now and it's the future. But so the word itself was coined in the early 90s by Neil Stephenson, right? So it was actually a term coined by a sci-fi writer. And I think about it a lot because I think a lot about the etymology of words and kind of digging down to what they really mean. And meta, of course, is this prefix that means above or beyond or higher, and it just kind of gestures to something bigger. And then verse obviously is coming from this word universe, right? Which, when you kind of take it back to the original, comes from this idea of many things coming together and becoming a whole. And I think, to me, when I think about the metaverse, those 2 things really resonate a lot with me. I feel like on the one sense, I tend, I guess, to think more about myself and my community as meta poets rather than crypto poets or NFT poets, because I kind of like the connotations there, that we're really kind of pushing through some preconceived boundaries, and we're creating something that is a little bit more limitlessness. It has more limitlessness to it in poetics, and that sense that anything might be possible. So to me, that kind of I think it affects like my personal practice really, and just thinking about the fact that I no longer, have to think about a poem this way or a book this way, and that it can be all sorts of things. So I think that has been a really profound change for me personally, and for a lot of the writers that I know. I think on a slightly bigger level, there's this really interesting thing happening where we've seen with crypto art and in other areas, we've really seen how artists are becoming empowered by being able to sell their art. I think the same is true for writers. And again, we're kind of a small group of writers on the blockchain right now, but there's huge potential for the blockchain to really kind of shake things up there and really empower writers and poets who've never maybe been able to make a living doing what they're doing. Poetry, I'll speak from experience, is not a lucrative profession. And in the time that I've been involved in crypto, I've been able to make many times more than what I've ever made in my entire life publishing in literary journals. And it's not that much, but it's a lot more than what I would have made. That's given me the opportunity to give back, to buy from other poets, to buy from other artists, to put things into the ecosystem, to fund ideas that we all have to do bigger and better things. So that I think is incredibly important. This idea of empowering people who have really important things to say and who maybe haven't had a chance to say them because the publishing industry or whomever hasn't let them have that moment on the stage. So there's that. I also think there's one other element that I've been thinking about a lot, and it's again sort of from personal experience, and I think this is sort of interesting to me, but also indicative of maybe a bigger sea change, which is that I'm going through this process now of publishing a book. I'm working very closely with my publisher, Black Spring Press Group, and they've gotten very interested in what I'm doing on the blockchain. And they're a traditional press, and they don't have any experience here, but they're really intrigued by the potential for what their writers might be able to do, what their editors might be able to do if we kind of put our heads together and figure out, all right, well, what can we do to push things forward? How can we talk to technologists, talk to folks who are creating smart contracts, and all put our heads together and really sort of reinvent what a book might be or what distribution might be. And I think that's interesting. And the last thing I'll say about that, which kind of always tickles me, is that I recently was able to actually onboard my publisher, both onto Tezos and onto Ethereum. But it was a really sort of amazing thing for me to realize that now they're on the blockchain with me. I'm now including them in my contracts. When I'm publishing something, I'm now paying my publisher royalties, which who would have thought that would be possible? So it's been changing a lot of things for me as a writer.
Lori?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to totally fall short on this one in my personal life. Like, I don't know yet where this will mean for me personally. I go back to what both people are saying in terms of experience. I think we've been on this move for greater experience in the world. I think of retail in particular, which has been all about experience. And I think this takes us to a whole new level that I can't even begin to realize what that's going to feel like. This whole ability to be able to immerse ourselves in ways that we have not been able to until this point. And I think from a Pantone point of view, here too, we're first walking into this, and what this means on a very base level. Does it mean, creating a color palette that's only available in the metaverse because we don't have to worry about those colors being standardized in the real world? I mean, that's really right off the top. And I'm not really privy to say much more because there's still so many things on the table for where we need to go. But I don't know. I think it's a whole other world that we're first learning about. And yet I think what fascinates me personally is you're going to see generations of people growing up with this. And this is the way they'll be able to see life. And it's almost, a before and after type of thing. I think it's that groundbreaking.
Yeah, there really is this kind of, in many ways, this collapse of categories. Sasha and I were on a Twitter Spaces recently where we sort of got into this and where some of the people were bringing this up. I want to dial back on something that you brought up, Sasha, which is the metaverse being coined by Neil Stephenson.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's that, I mean, I'm learning so much. I think I'm more enraptured listening to both of you. No, because you're coming at this from such a different place than I would be, than Pantone would be. So I love it. Thank you.
Learning is amazing. Learning is like the best feeling.
Especially from creatives.
Yeah,
Sorry.
fair enough. But, you know, Snow Crash does not depict the world in a positive light. And the metaverse is, in many ways, an escape from a broken world. How are you thinking about this sort of inversion where now, as you mentioned, the metaverse is this big buzzy word, but its roots are in something that is a reality that none of us actually want. None of us wants to be in a reality that where the base physical reality sucks, so we're constantly escaping to a digital realm. Which is not to say that there's not plenty of amazing avenues for escapism into the metaverse. But what do you think are the sort of necessary ingredients, either that are in play already or that you hope to see in play, that make sure that the metaverse doesn't become that force in the world? That we focus so much on building a robust virtual world at the expense of the physical world, and how might the metaverse be part of regenerating or restoring what's maybe broken or not working in the physical world? So I realize that's sort of a big question. I'm going to leave that to whoever wants to grab it.
I can start maybe and then hand it off to someone else, but yes, that's true. Coined maybe in a dystopian vision of the world, but I've been incredibly heartened by the community that does come together on the blockchain, and in particular on the Tezos blockchain. There's a difference between a writer sort of envisioning something in his own head, right, and kind of putting that out there as a warning. And then there's all of us who are involved in the blockchain and the ecosystem here, and we can all participate and we can all kind of help write whatever we want. So I've been really heartened by seeing how everyone comes together, for example, right now to address the humanitarian crisis that's happening in Ukraine. There have been a number of incredible, very, very fast, very, very impactful fundraising efforts that have happened on the Tezos blockchain and elsewhere to raise these really important resources and get them delivered in ways that I haven't seen people able to do before. It's much more direct than different kinds of crowdfunding, more than going through these large organizations. So I think that is an example of where putting this all in practice and kind of looking at how we can all work together to bring out the best in each other. That does happen. I think there's obviously there's negative aspects of it too, and I think to what you're alluding to, there is this idea also that we're going to get so entrenched in the virtual aspects of the metaverse that we're going to kind of forget about our bodies and forget about being out in the real world. And one of the things that I find so actually exciting, especially being here in person at an event like this, and every time I go to a crypto conference or an event that's in person, I feel the same way, that there is just this energy and electricity that we all feel when we're together, and we all kind of remind ourselves that this is really important too. And so a lot of what I think I'm trying to do with my poetic experiments, which I think relates to a lot of what everyone here is doing. And by the way, I remember going to Pantone at Art Tech House and those installations, and that was really inspiring to me back in the day when I was thinking about poetry installations as well. But thinking about how we can kind of combine the two things, combine what's happening in a virtual realm, in an augmented reality, and then bring that kind of back down to earth and really engage with what we're doing here. And there's a lot of examples of, again, that happening with different kind of artistic and poetic experiences where we really are just getting this very gut check, really, this really important reminder that it really needs to be a combination of the two. Otherwise, yeah, we're kind of going to be off in some weird realm that, yeah, doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, I totally agree with you, Sasha, there. I think, to start with, I think no technology by itself is either bad or good, right? So it's the applications around it. I was listening to the panel this morning, and there was this artist who was speaking, I'm blanking on the name now, but she was talking about how during the COVID times, she did not have a venue to kind of showcase the art installations and stuff. And she came up with basically a whole virtual experience where they can users can kind of go through the art gallery and kind of look at all of her art installations. So think of this as creating a whole art gallery, which in a physical world would take, at least many thousands of dollars. And and during COVID time, where everything is closed, no way for her to kind of express that. And but that's where I think by technology itself, I think when it comes to it, the applications of the technology are going to be key. So I think enabling access to people where they can leverage the technology, whether it's the VR world or being able to create those experiences where people can virtually attend and be able to participate in those, I think is going to be key. And when you take it in the global context, not everyone can afford to kind of go to a museum or kind of go to a experience where they can kind of engage with the art. I think this particular metaverse, when it's kind of comes to reality, I think it can open up access to all these constituents, to access and be able to experience that. I think that's going to be key.
Lori?
Yeah, I mean, I have so many mixed feelings. On the one hand, I see this as a support. I think you can never replace physical touch and the physical world and being someplace in person and the materiality of being someplace in person, whether it's hugging somebody, whether it's touching a leaf on a tree. I don't know that we ever lose that desire for that physical aspect. At the same time, you think about you want to make sure that people don't get so isolated that the only encounters they have is in the metaverse. That's their only experience. So I go back to it's about collaboration, it's about community, and what everybody was saying. And I don't know how you stress so that people growing up in a place where the metaverse is just part of their lifestyle don't replace one with the other. I think that's maybe up to us to make sure that it doesn't get lost. Or maybe it's something we all naturally feel when we jump into nature, versus putting on a VR headset to go to the Himalayas because we can't actually get there because we can't afford to or we don't have the access to it.
Community and collaboration.
It's tandem to me. It's tandem. It has to support each other. It's not one or the other. It's that seamless crisscross.
May
in
I
a
just say
sense.
something really quickly? Yeah, no, I agree. I think something that I've been thinking about a lot that I think relates to this is, the idea that language, obviously I think about words a lot, and I often think about language as being a kind of virtual reality or maybe kind of an augmented reality. It's this layering of experience on top of our, lived experience of the world or on top of these inchoate emotions, and we're kind of creating this alternate reality on top, and that's something that at one time language was such a cutting edge technology in and of itself, and now it's just so intrinsic to our experience, and it is like a cornerstone of the human condition to use language to communicate. And I wonder if maybe that's kind of what we're pointing at, is that what's happening in the metaverse, there are elements of it that we we kind of bring into this experience, and they feel so different and so novel right now, but we always kind of figure out a way to bring technologies in and bring them in a way that makes us more human and not less. That's kind of been the history of humans since the very beginning, is that we invent technologies and then they make us more human. So I wonder if, I hope that's how this is going to play out. Fingers crossed.
Well, so community and collaboration has come up repeatedly throughout this conversation, and with our final moment, I kind of want to just go a little bit further there, because I think each of you has a unique perspective on collaboration and community building as it relates to the metaverse. In the case of Gap and Pantone, we're talking about iconic brands that have already, existing infrastructure, practices, sort of ways of doing things. I guess what I'm curious from a starting point is when you decided to enter the metaverse, did you have to prop up new teams? Were there organizational changes that had to occur? Were you sort of crisscrossing, as you say, across different departments? Were you engaging with designers or freelancers or et cetera in new ways? Or was it actually more of something that you ended up sort of folding in sort of this new idea into existing practices?
I think. Go ahead. So I think one thing basically, as I can speak about like at Gap Inc. Right. So what I've seen is there is a huge amount of cross collaboration, right? So and it's a very inclusive environment to begin with, but I think what I've seen or experienced with the GapThreads project is like, and even talking to my peers at other companies, the projects that are with Metaverse, like they bring along a unique set of talents within the company, like, you know, whether it's bringing the designers, the creative people, people who are designing the fabric, people who are technologists, like, you know, kind of creating this cohesive ecosystem of like, you know, very cross-functional teams that come together to kind of make things happen. So, and it spans the whole spectrum. Like, it's been for the last 6 months I've been working on this. Like, I think it's been an amazing ride. Like, and I have almost touched every piece of the company where like everyone was so excited to kind of help collaborate and kind of come together to kind of make things happen. And it spans all the way from design, marketing, technology to, you know, the personalization teams, the growth teams, and everyone to kind of think through, like, you know, how do we kind of think? So there is to your point, like, you know, I think now that I reflect on it, like, it is a whole community within, like, that's coming together of varied interest and varied skill sets to kind of design something for the benefit of the outer community that kind of is reflective of, like, you know, the people that are coming together, right? So pretty fascinating to me that, like, you know, now that I think of it, like, and reflect on it, I think it's a very cross-functional, collaborative, and cohesive team that's kind of coming together to kind of make things happen. So it is definitely community and collaboration inside to kind of build something that is external facing.
Lori?
Yeah, I would say the same, but I would also say for Pantone, I mean, we are such a manual company. We have physical tools. That's really how we were born. We did start moving into technology in the 80s with desktop printing, and then in 2000 there were a lot of different changes we made. But this is a big leap, and we have brought in new people to help us get to where we need to in the digital space. It was critical for us, but we are very collaborative as a company. We are global. We work very collaboratively with our offices and even with our clients. Because again, if I go back to the premise of how we work, we listen, but we lead. So seeing what a lot of our clients were doing, and again, I go back to the fashion space, but also the A&D space in particular, people in product design. This is a world that they were entering into. And once we started to begin to see that, we knew we needed to be there because our goal is to ensure that we can provide the right tools for our design-minded community.
And then Sasha, with the verse, do you think that would have existed or existed in the way that it does without the metaverse or without the conversation around the metaverse?
I think the verse is a really sort of interesting and unique example because well, first of all, it's a poetry gallery. Whether or not it's like on the blockchain or not, like the idea of a poetry gallery, I think is kind of weird to people because I can't think of another example really. But yeah, and then bringing that onto the blockchain and trying to get poets from the traditional publishing world to join us and get onboarded and set up crypto wallets. All of that has been really hard. So I think, you know, if I think about it kind of within this context, thinking about building the team, it's been almost building it from scratch because, you know, normally, you know, as a poet, you might have your editor and a publisher and your group of peers in your writing workshop, and that's kind of your community there, and that's all you really need. I mean, in that sense, it's like what's more analog than writing? It's like all you need is a paper and pencil. But when we're making poetry and poetic experiences on the blockchain, we need to be working with a platform, within an ecosystem. We all need to kind of know what we're doing when it comes to setting up these wallets and how to work with them and how to create splits and how to make sure that everybody who's involved, from the poets to the artists to the creative technologists, and maybe there are publishers and so on and so forth who are also involved with licenses and contracts and all that, but they all need to be kind of onboarded into this ecosystem as well. So we've kind of built all of this from scratch, really, and we're learning it as we go too, which is the fun of it. But it's taught me a lot about the fact that we do, both me and my colleagues, Callan and Anna, and everyone who's in the Verse as well. We've all really had to get ourselves up to speed very quickly. And I think now what we've tasked ourselves with is really, now that we kind of know what we're doing a little bit, we're really trying to reach back out and try and teach other writers who want to know more and just feel really intimidated by it, because I think there's a really high level of intimidation right now in that community. So we're really trying to do things like create onboarding workshops and do a lot of hand-holding and really help people set up their wallets and teach them that it's not actually quite so scary once you're in the midst of it.
All right. Yep. And with that, I think
just to add one more thing, Jesse, as you were, Sasha, as you're referring to, I think one thing that we were talking before while we were upstairs. I think one thing that we found as we came into this ecosystem is how collaborative the whole ecosystem has been, and how everyone is eager to help each other out. So I think that's been key, especially with the Tezos community side of things. We have spoken to so many people, and everyone is kind of being open and be able to advise and kind of help us out. So there is not only internal community, but the whole ecosystem, whether it's Kuka, InterPop, or other folks who have helped us be part of this journey and helped us out. So
amazing. Well, thank you all so much. Please join me in a huge round of applause for these amazing folks. And come ask questions.
Thank you, Jesse.
My name is Ivan Zhuskevich. I go on social media as Lonely Boy, and I am a digital NFT collector. I think the experience of collecting as a whole and being immersed with communities, that in a sense is art in itself, because as a collector you can bring people together or reach art to further levels of people, meaning whereas one artist can have 10 fans, now they can have 100, simply if you just reach out and talk to them, Well, in the beginning, when I figured out about Tezos, and it was because I saw a John Carroll tweet saying clean NFTs, 25 of 25, and I was interested in it already because I was collecting on Ethereum just a tiny little bit, probably about a month prior. But once I saw that tweet and I saw the UI, and the fact that there was no names, you couldn't see what the name of an artist was. So you were just looking at the art and appreciating it for what it was. And then the other big fact was that you couldn't sell pieces that you bought in the beginning for almost a month and a half. So during all that, you just become part of a community and you start learning about art and you start making all these friends, and that's pretty much how I got started out with it. So I see them being a staple. I see them being a bit of a centerfold, at least for the next 5-10 years. We've been buying digital assets, or at least the idea of buying digital assets has always been floated around, and now that we see the excitement that NFTs has gotten, especially Tezos NFTs, coming out of nowhere 8 months ago, that's pushing everything forward, and I think that we're gonna see more digital screens, we're gonna see more galleries, we're gonna see more events popping up because the energy is there and it's pretty exciting. So the thing I'm really looking forward to is just making my collection larger, getting more art, meeting more people, going to more events, and just really experiencing this moment in time. I don't think that for the last 400 years, this kind of idea and thing has never happened. This is, to be here at such an early moment in time when it's incepted. It's beautiful, and I just want to keep going, honestly. I want to meet more people, I want to get more art, and I want to advocate as hard as I can.
My name is Khleo Thomas. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Pinata. Pinata is the home for NFT media, which means we manage the media, the files, the images, videos, any kind of file you can think of. We manage that for the NFTs themselves, so making sure that they're fast and stable and beautiful and whatever medium it is, as an artist or a creator of NFTs, you upload that to us and then attach it to NFTs. Tezos is a great platform for NFTs because it's extremely approachable for artists or any kind of content creator that is going to create an NFT, because it's extremely fast and it's very approachable. So other blockchains might be too expensive, and so this allows any type of NFT creator to come in and start minting NFTs. NFTs are actually kind of on a spectrum of, you might own all of the content associated with them when you buy an NFT, to you don't own any of the content, and it's actually just licensing rights. Obviously, a piece of art is going to be different than maybe a music, and there's going to be different rights associated with that and ownership. In the beginning of the NFT space, when NFTs first started out, people just associated with NFTs that they owned everything that was attached to them. However, as the space has grown and really taken off in 2020 and 2021, what's taken place is creators and artists want permissioning and rights, and they want to be able to kind of play with what those rights and ownership looks like, both from an experience perspective as somebody who's creating NFTs, but also as a protection mechanism of that content and that media. Traditional licensing and things like that certainly can apply, but people are also doing new and very interesting takes on what it means to have the rights to an NFT and the content behind it. Another great place to start in the NFT space would be obviously to actually create an NFT. And the cool thing is it's really easy to do. You can use marketplaces like Hen, which operate on Tezos, and actually use Pinata underneath for the images. And so you can just go there and start creating NFTs and make the world whatever you want it to be.
I love with Tezos that you can make your pieces really accessible. I love that there's a possibility for having 100 editions at lower prices, and people can collect your work in a way that isn't really invasive financially. What I also love about Tezos, obviously, is this whole underground vibe that it has, that has all of a sudden elevated it to mainstream, but it's a mainstream that hasn't lost its edge and its magic by becoming more massive or massively appealing. And I think that's to the credit of the Tezos ecosystem. I'm here, I'm at Basel. I've basically spent 48 hours at the Tezos tent because what they put together is beautiful. The exhibit is so well done. The artists are at another level. And the Verse wants to work with Tezos because we think that there's a big future there. We think that the way they support artists, that they support and understand the value of community is very important. And the whole issue with gas feels very retrograde. It feels like you're using a Betamax versus a DVD, or like a BlackBerry versus an iPhone. But it doesn't make sense that you're buying a piece of art, if it's not very expensive, like some of our pieces are, and having to pay just as much to close a transaction as you are for the artwork. And so I'm very bullish, to use crypto language, very bullish on Tezos and on what they're building. Also being with the team here, meeting them even briefly, you can tell that it's a committed effort. I think it's really important that Tezos is doing this in real life event, because we've all been locked in our houses for 18 months or however long it's been, and these in real life events have only shown the importance of having a parallel approach to the metaverse, so that there's in real life events where we're meeting each other, but there's also obviously the online component. and the verse, you know, being a performative art. Poetry really is a performative storytelling art. We're really looking forward to working with museums, with cultural institutions, with galleries, with restaurants, with bars, with nightclubs. I mean, we want poetry to be a living thing and not this two-dimensional sort of quiet event that happens within a closed book or on the surface, but really have it be in real life and in the metaverse. And so it's cool to see Tezos doing in real life events too, because it just makes me like even more excited about possibilities of working together.
All right, welcome everyone to our happy hour session. My name is Marissa True. I am the host of Tez Talks Radio, the global Tezos Ecosystem podcast, as well as the head of content for TZ APAC. So this evening, it is my pleasure to introduce none other than Khleo Thomas, an actor and content creator. So welcome, Khleo.
Thank you for having me.
So how are you today?
Amazing. This is my, I believe, 4th time coming to South by Southwest. A couple years ago, when I was doing music, I was here 3 years in a row performing at all the crazy stages. So to be in the, a new chapter of my life, being in the content creation side, the producer side, it's really great to come here and be able to talk tech now, especially. So it's really cool how the journey goes.
So things coming full circle. But before we get into that, let's actually dig a little more into your history.
Cool.
What were your beginnings? What brought you to where you are now?
Beginnings. I told my mom I wanted to be an actor at 5. And we were at that time, we were living in Germany because my dad was in the military. And my mom was like, that's a very random thing to say at 5 years old. My dad gets out of the military. We make it back into LA. My mom asked me, is it something that I still would like to do? And I told her yes. We began auditioning for things. And the first breakout role that I had was a film called Holes, when I played the character Zero. From there, I went on to do films like Walking Tall with The Rock and Roll Bounce with Bow Wow and Shy McBride. And most recently of the films, went on to do Shameless, which was, of course, on Showtime, Major Crimes, and it's been a great journey as far as the acting side goes. But I've always been a gamer as well. Gaming is a huge part of my my coping as far as dealing with all the craziness of a set. So every set I've ever been on, I've always had a video game to play right there, in my trailer. So it's been cool to be able to build out my Twitch channel over the last 2 years with the pandemic, really letting me focus in on that. And for music, it was great because right after Roll Bounce, this is during the era where Bow Wow was the biggest young rap artist at the time. He was the only one selling out arenas. So we do Roll Bounce, he takes me under his wing, and I got to see Madison Square Garden sold out 2 nights in a row just being by this kid's side, which is still a crazy thing to think about, but it's an amazing experience and journey that I'm very honored to have. Yeah.
So we're looking at film, then we're looking at music, we're also looking at gaming.
Yeah.
Now we're venturing more into deep tech.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're here for one thing and one thing alone, and that is blockchain technology.
Blockchain technology.
So let's actually uncover how you ventured into that space. How did you fall down this rabbit hole?
Tech has always been something that I've always had my eye on and ear on, really, because of my brother. My brother Kadeem, who's here, he's a huge tech guy. He is my literal, with all my friends call him the tech genius and the tech god, because there's nothing that he hasn't, kept an eye on or seen what's the latest update of things. And, when NFTs started being more talked about in our social circles, my brother he hit me the game. He was like, yo, this is what's going on. And as soon as he gave me a breakdown of everything that was happening, it became a lot more interesting to me as a content creator in this space that we're in now, especially with social media and all these different platforms. It's like, being able to hone your creativity, but also being able to own your creativity is something that really, spoke to me.
So one question was I actually was going to ask was, who was the person, as you were peeking into that rabbit hole, shoved you into it? So it's great to know
My
that
brother.
your
My brother,
brother's here in the
100%.
room.
And it's crazy because he's my little brother. I'm the oldest, and then he's 3 years younger than me. We have a little brother who's 9 years younger than me, and then I have a baby sister who just turned 18, who just got her driver's license. So it's it's insane. It's crazy. But it was my brother for sure. Yeah.
So what was the actual first lesson that you learned? What was the thing that piqued your interest? Was it NFTs?
It was the NFTs. It was.
What NFT specifically were you looking at?
So I had done this campaign for Ghostbusters, the most recent one that came out, and they had gifted me an NFT, and I was like, okay, cool. I've heard about this. Heard about these being a thing, and that's how I described it. I heard about these being a thing, and my brother was like, hold on. Let me see that for a second.
Hold my drink.
He was like, let me see this for a second. So then he started slowly but surely breaking it all down to me, and what this meant for, of course, a studio to do it, but what it could mean for an artist to do it, what it could mean for a producer, an actor, a creator. It just meant way more than that. So it meant a lot for it to be coming from my brother for sure. Yeah.
So then, as a creator, what was the first thing that appealed to you about it as you became more and more aware of this technology. We've touched on this idea of ownership.
Yeah.
And we touched on this idea of like the novelty of having a collectible, someone actually gifting you an NFT.
Yeah.
And I firmly stand by the idea that no one forgets the first NFT they either mint or own.
Yeah.
So then from there, where did you start looking? What more did you want to uncover?
It made me start looking at things that I had already done and accomplished. Like I'm a toy collector. I collect a lot of like vintage toys, and I collect a lot of random stuff actually. Like I got random cereal boxes, like vintage cereal boxes. And sneakers obviously, so it's a whole thing. So
cereal boxes are one of the more niche answers I've heard to that.
They are, but like what was like my pinnacle now, like Lucky Charms did a collaboration with Disney, and they have Loki charms. And it's Loki on the front of it, but instead of course, the old school what is he called? Oh, it's Lucky. His name's Lucky, yeah. So instead of Lucky, it's Loki. But it's the collecting of NFTs is what drove me, and then the ownership aspect of being a creator. I think that you got to look at music. For me, knowing that there were years, and even till this day, we're in the year 2022, and you still hear artists speaking about wanting to own their masters. That was a system that was not in place for generations of artists, for generations of musicians. And we are now in a space where somebody could, not only as a musician, but someone as an artist, a content creator, can own what they've put out there in the world on social media platforms. I think that's an incredible place to be in, because you're now getting the opportunity to give back to your legacy, in a sense. You know what I mean? Like my kids and my children's children will be able to have ownership of something I created that can give directly back to them. And I think that's really important to have, because it was never in our entertainment industry like that before. No.
So as you learned more and more about it, and as you said, you looked into not what you could do with it, but what you'd already done. But as a successful actor, artist, creator, you've already, worked into a system that probably compensated you quite handsomely for it. So what was the thing that made you think, no, the system still has to change, there's still a problem with this that we actually need to figure our way around?
It was, okay, so like as an actor, you were hired to come on set, you're here for 3 months, you do your job, that's it. Now mind you may have a great agent who's gonna tell you like, hey, we're not gonna take all this money up front, we're gonna go try to get the back end deal, meaning I know, or we know that this film is gonna make over 300 million, 200 million, so we want points on the back system. Shout out to Johnny Depp. I know what you did with Pirates of the Caribbean. I saw it. I learned from you, brother, so I know what happened with that. It's moments like that system was built in to take care of those specific situations. But with artists, with blockchain technology, with NFTs, there's so much more that we can crack open. There's so much more that's out there for us to be able to not only hone our craft, but again, like I said, own our craft. That's the ultimate part to me that just makes the most sense. I'll tell you a story. I was 2020. I did Powerline. I brought Powerline to life from a Goofy movie. I told my Twitch channel, hey, I go hard on Halloween every single year. I want to do this thing. I created a GoFundMe live on my Twitch channel, and it was funded in 3 days. It was great. But then the next year was coming up, and they're like, are you going to do something for Halloween this year? And I said, all right, well, maybe I'll do Batman Beyond. Like, no one's done it yet. I haven't seen anyone do it like a live-action version. We'll do the suit. And as soon as we're getting ready to go in production, a friend of mine had his fan-made film stripped from YouTube. And I was like, oh. And it was stripped by the people who actually own the intellectual property of that character that they had done. So it kind of made me freeze for a second, because I was like, yo, I can go put all that work in, and
it could get taken.
It could get taken down. So it's conversations like that, and it's situations like that we have to be aware of in this new world, in this new space, as far as being creators, owning our content, owning our art, using blockchain technology, talking with Tezos to hopefully lead the way for things like that, to be able to have those conversations between ourselves as creators and whoever owns all these crazy IPs.
So that's actually something that we should touch upon, because a lot of the conversation around NFTs has been around this idea of ownership and basically new systems of monetization that help creators continue to make an income in ways that they couldn't before. But as you said, you could be investing a lot of time, effort, and money into building a project that focuses on something that's technically owned, or like a franchise that's technically owned by someone else. So then how do you navigate that system of ownership? Or is that just like a big outstanding question? Because, I mean, you've got you've got Powerline on your chest. Yeah. But in terms of, you know, if you were to develop this music video and then you NFT it, who's to say that Disney wouldn't come in and say, no, that's mine?
Well, we know Disney gonna come for everything. Let's keep it real. You're right. Who's to say that that wouldn't happen? But I think those are conversations that we all need to be having. And then I think us as creators need to just be smarter about the moves that we do make. If you know that that could be a potential issue in the future, it may not be something you want to go and fight in a couple of years when you're like, yeah, I did it, and then vroom, it gets stripped. I'm also very curious, though, just because if we put ourselves in a position where we're now owning all of the things that we've created, right? You know what scares me the most about it is distribution, right? It takes a system to put things together, and then for those things to become bigger and bigger and bigger. And to, you know, whether it's the promotion of it, whether it's the marketing of it, whether it's the production of it. I think those are all things that we have not figured out in this space yet. If everyone owns their own thing, right? How do we all collectively collaborate to then have something more, make something bigger? Who's going to sacrifice?
Yeah.
We've seen a system been built in for years that's what has had to happen for things to be at the huge level, the pretty big production level.
So from an industry perspective then, and from what you can gather on your side of the equation, is this a conversation that's happening? Are these production companies looking to work more collaboratively with their creators to empower them in this way? Or is there a bit of an old guard situation where they're saying, no, forget about the NFTs, man?
I think it's a mix of both. I've seen both. I for sure have seen studios. I for sure have seen networks, reach out to creators to lead the way in that realm, because they really don't know. And like you said, it is the old guard. This is a system that has been in play for generations. And let's be honest, anything that even slightly shifts, they're gonna be like, we're gonna go ahead and take that back over here. I've seen a little bit of both. I've seen certain networks and certain studios collaborate, and then I've also seen some that have no interest at all. They're like, nah, this isn't what's the future. We'll wait till it's a little bit more flushed out before we take a chance.
So has this impacted how you negotiate yourself as an artist when engaging with media companies?
Yeah, a little bit. Yes, because it's something that I know is, if I know that that's been done already on that side, and that may be on their mind in the future, I would like to at least have the conversation when, when negotiating, to have my set or my stake in what may be put out on a blockchain, become an NFT. I would like to have my stake in that.
Is there anything about it that actually makes you nervous? Because obviously this is a very new technology, and we are still working out the kinks in what sort of agreements and what sort of understandings around ownership. Because at the end of the day, ownership is essentially just a social contract or a collective agreement that one person has possession or control over a certain thing. So given there's still a lot of question marks in the air, does it make you hesitant at all? Or are you kind of all in and willing to test and learn and figure it out that way?
I'd rather test and learn, because it's such a new world. It's so new. And I think so many people have seen where something takes off and then you're late to it, and then by that time it's just like, I missed that train. I've learned my lesson in several spaces. I was late to Vine. I was late to that era, because you got to think, when you're coming from the acting world, like I tell this story all the time, I felt like anybody who, Hollywood per se, did not want their actors touching social media, because they knew that then the power of social media would lead the promotion directly to the actor and not the studio and not the project. When it's been for years, they have created who the stars are, what the films are. It was always a wall there. And it wasn't until they realized that there were more eyeballs going to phones, laptops, websites, then coming to their theaters, or some of their actors like coming to watch their films, that they were like, yeah, y'all got to get on social media. Y'all got to get on social media right now. Start dropping content, do the next dance challenge. Like, it's just, they had to adapt. So you would hope in the future that they adapt.
I think that's an interesting thing. It's an interesting idea that you're raising, because essentially it's there was a lack of willingness to relinquish control or offer artists that much creative freedom as much as it related to how they entertained their own audiences. So obviously with the onset of social media, you became a lot closer to your audience. You could communicate with them directly, or you could at least put things out from your own platform. But then with this, what we call, the Web3 world, it's a two-way conversation, right? Like it wouldn't just be about what you offer your audience, it's what you're what's your community going to say to you as well. And is that something, like obviously you've mentioned earlier, you have a Twitch community. What sort of conversations are taking place there?
Lots of conversations, because it's live streaming. But I've always been more in tune, I think, with giving right back to the people who support you. I remember before Twitch, there was Justin TV, and then there was Ustream. As soon as Ustream dropped, I knew that was going to change everything, because now I'm talking directly to the people who were interested in talking to me. And I knew that social media was going to change the dynamic as well. So with Twitch and being able to, talk directly to everybody that's in that chat at that time, there's a lot of conversations that are live, life altering. Like I remember, as far as Tezos, Tezos has been a part of my Twitch stream now for the last, I want to say 3 to 4 months. Being able to actually showcase what this blockchain is, what it can do to any artist that's out there, giving them the game to know. So many, musicians are very used to the old standard as far as record your song, throw it on YouTube, throw it on SoundCloud, see what happens. Cool. That is a formula. Right. That is a formula. But did you ever consider just maybe minting it and throwing it out there as well? Right. And just to see what maybe may come from that. So these are conversations that I've had on my Twitch, and I know a few artists who have done that. Just by being there on my Twitch channel and giving them the game. Yeah.
So then let's talk about Tezos for a second.
Let's do it.
Not to be a blind shill, but how did you come across Tezos and how did you begin engaging with it?
So I was working with a studio in New York called OS, Operating System. And it just, call it kismet, call it, just this energy. Serendipity, if you will. My brother and me had talked one week. The next week, I get reached out to from Tezos asking, hey, we would love to have a conversation with you and give you some information and bring you up to knowledge about what could be the potential future for you to start working with us as far as the things you've created. Did you ever consider minting this video that you did back in the day? Did you ever consider minting this picture that you did back in the day? And I was like, no, but I will now. And that's how I got involved with them, man. And I've loved everything. I love the eco-friendly side of them for sure. That was the major push for me. My little sister, who is a digital artist, when she did her research and came back to me and was like, she was shocked. She's like, you're working with Tezos? I was like, yeah. It was really cool to be able to put that smile on her face. So yeah, that's what pushed me over to Tezos.
So what's your sister working on? Is she minting on Tezos?
She is working on, she literally just promoted her, she has 4 original characters that she made.
All right, well, let's plug them.
Braids, Bun, Cap, and Puff. Thank you for the 4th one. And Puff. She did 4 original characters, 4 young black women, all different looks, different styles, and she has them drawn as if they were in the early 2000s. And just today, she promoted it on her TikTok, and what she did was she took the original sketches and then put them in magazine covers of that era. So all different colors. She wasn't even she wasn't looking at magazines. Her era her generation don't even know what a magazine is. Y'all not hanging stuff on walls. It's your wallpaper on your phone. Y'all don't do that. But the fact that she took the inspiration from I guess growing up with us and knowing that was our generation. So she's gonna put those out there to the world as far as actual prints, but the digital assets will be going up to be minted on Tezos, yeah.
So she's thought ahead in terms of offering both a digital product as well as a physical product and making sure people really understand what the value of that NFT actually is.
There it is, there it is.
So then what are you minting now?
What do I want to mint?
Yeah.
I would like to go back and mint my very first music video, which was, it's a song called Hyphy Love. Are you familiar with the Hyphy era of music from the Bay Area, from Oakland?
No.
Okay, so there's
Tell us everything.
Yay! There it is.
Well, clearly I'm in the dark.
Yeah, man.
Educate me.
That was a hell of an era, man, for sure. There was a time where finally Oakland and a lot of artists that came out of that era finally had their spotlight. artists like E40, artists like Geek the Sneak, artists like Too Short, and the hyphy movement took over what I would say America, because one of the top 100 records or top 10 records at that time was E40 song, which was Tell Me When to Go. So I did a song called Hyphy Love, which is, man, cringeworthy when I look at it in my own right, because I'm like, ugh, that's me. But I think there's something there. I think for me, it's about the growth and the journey of what you do as a creator in this world. Like, I know that compared to what I've done recently is two completely different realms. A lot more polished now. I understand production 100%. I got this now. But then that's something that I would like to and give that to somebody, or excuse me, not give it, but to have it up there available for someone to be able to see what the early first step was before what you see now. Because everyone thinks it's just, well, when they see you, that's what you've done. Nah, everything's a journey.
Yeah, I think that's another great point to touch upon. I think when people look at NFTs, a lot of people are asking the question of, where is the value really? And when it comes to brand drops and all that sort of thing, you can kind of fathom it. But then when it comes to someone minting their own work, say someone minting a poster, someone minting their own music video, the value is actually determined by the creator themselves. Because there's a point of pride. There's something that you saw that you want to essentially document as an artifact online. So in that, would you actually give it away, or would you keep it for yourself?
I would give it away. I experienced it. I did it. So the sentimental value of what, like, the story that I would tell in my head and then, you know, present to the world is like, I would want to present this to you as something that you get a chance to see the journey of a person. You got a chance to see me. Of course, the first time you ever recognized my face, it was in films. Great. But then I translated over. I went into music, even though my first film, I did both. You know, Holes comes out, great breakout role. But then the fact that I wrote the theme song for the film at 13, that's a journey of things that have happened. So being able to give that to somebody, the sentimental value of it, I think is great, man. To be able to tell that story to someone.
Okay, so looking forward, what other are you planning any NFT projects currently?
Yeah, I
wanna tell us about that?
I am. I can give an exclusive at the moment. In 2012, I started my clothing brand, Slick Living. And then I started its sister company in 2014, Glam, which stands for Goddess Living Amongst Men. I wanted to change when I think of glam, glamour, glamorous, and of course, sure. But when I have my little sister is kind of the person who changed my view as far as the things that go on in this world as a woman. And it was because of her and the pedestal that I put my mom on that I wanted to be able to change or do what I can with my platform to help in any way possible. So I started Glam, and we're working on some cool Slick Living releases for the Werewolves, and we're working on some cool releases for Glam, which is Goddess Living Amongst Men.
Do we have a timeline?
We are in March right now, yes?
Yes.
June.
June. Okay,
June.
so very soon. So everyone needs to keep their eyes peeled.
Yes.
That's very, very
Really excited for it, yeah.
Okay, and so let's talk about your Twitch community for a second.
Cool.
We've mentioned them a couple times in this conversation, but I think Twitch is an interesting one where we've spoken to other artists. Like, I've interviewed Mike Shinoda a couple times, as I mentioned to you before.
Yeah.
And he was also one whose eyes were turned to Tezos because of someone within his Twitch community. And his conversation, his venture into NFTs kind of kicked off because he was interacting with essentially a very young audience who were very much big fans of his work. So what are some of the other lessons that your community have taught you?
Ooh, some of the other lessons for me with Twitch, it was, okay, so like content creation and anyone that's going to Instagram or Twitter or TikTok, you know, that's a recording. You're recording it, you're putting it together. It's your own little mini movies, whether if it's a photo or it's a video, a reel. But with Twitch, it's live. It's right there. And right before the pandemic, did I already tell this story as far as Fox Soul? Did I say that up here? I didn't, right? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks for the audience
Thanks,
check.
Kadeem. So right before the pandemic kicked off, I was sitting down with a network called Fox Soul. I felt like we didn't have a Arsenio Hall of our generation. So I wanted to have my own late night talk show. I pitched them the idea. They were in on it. Second week of April, we're supposed to shoot the pilot. Boom, pandemic hits. Gone. Damn. Now, they're like, all right, well, we can switch it to virtual, but I didn't want to go virtual because I felt like the live studio audience is what I remembered watching, and I just think it gives a different feeling.
Right.
So I took all of my ideas that I did have for the show, and I took it to Twitch. And within 2.5 months, and I studied it, though. I studied it because it was something that I had seen others try, but not understand how it worked.
So what were your hesitations with that?
The hesitations for me was the migration.
Okay.
I felt like trying to migrate anybody off of a platform that everyone is already hooked to is a very hard thing to do. So I sat for a month and a half and took myself to school. I had a notebook and everything. I took myself to school and I watched every YouTube video. I watched other people's Twitch streams to understand how this ecosystem worked. And it's completely different from everything else.
Right.
Because you are now entertaining an audience for a long period of time. With everything else, it's a drop and go. Hey, enjoy it, comment, like on it if you want, repost it on this
So
shirt.
suddenly you're being forced to reply immediately.
You're in there.
Right.
You're in there, and it's an experience. It's a show. So it's for me being like, me and you were talking earlier. I was like, I'm a big WWE fan, and I'm like, I think that the fact that this company has sold billions of dollars in merchandise off of fake fighting is more than enough reason to open your ears and listen to what and watch and study. So I started my Twitch channel, and it's been an amazing journey to build with Twitch. Now they noticed that I actually understood what this was. I didn't come on simply doing gaming. I had a talk show idea at first. So let's get the graphics up. Let's have the transitions come in. And next thing is this, hit the button on the stream deck. It's all right there. And that's not something that I believe, especially for people in my culture, that wasn't something that we were hip to. All we knew is likes and comments. That's it. But there was no monetization there. For years, you were posting on social media hoping for a brand deal. I get it, because it happened to that person and maybe that guy back there. But there's millions of people doing the same thing. So how do you set yourself apart? You go make the content live, monetize via Twitch, and then take all that content that you did and repurpose it across all socials.
Right, so you clearly did a lot of your homework before actually engaging in a new platform. And Twitch is much more of, I guess, a niche space, and one where there is a lot of kind of these blockchain discussions happening, because it is a younger crowd. It is one that are a lot more open to this kind of technology and the potential that it serves, and those that are actually more willing to see, especially in the gaming realm, how something can hold value in a digital space. Because let's be honest, people are spending money on skins, they're spending money on weaponry, and that was before there were even legitimate marketplaces. You were trading that in school.
True.
So then, let's dig into that a little deeper. Like, you did your homework, but at the same, and these are people who are fairly well versed in this subject material and understand the principles behind it. But not everyone's on this channel that are watching you. So sometimes when you launch a project, and we've seen this throughout this industry overall, you'll get an NFT drop, or you'll get a blockchain-focused project, or a Web3 metaverse-related anything, and the people just shut off, and they don't like it at all, because they just think that you're following or you're hopping on the bandwagon. So what are some of the messages that you wish you could communicate very clearly to those people who still have that big question mark on their face when you engage in this kind of thing, and believe that maybe you're just hopping onto a bandwagon or following a fad?
For me, it's speaking from two places. One, as the creator, the ownership of it, right? But then as an actual collector, like knowing that I'm getting the chance to have an exclusive from this artist or from this creator, like that's what it is for me. Knowing that, having that in my digital wallet, knowing that one day, like, there can be a Khleo Thomas digital museum with all these different artists that I've collected, whether it is something that's digitally painted, whether it's a song, whether it's a video, like that's something that really piques my interest. And as someone who's really played it with now it's the Meta Quest. It was the Oculus Quest, but now it's the Meta Quest. Who's played in that space, like I know what is the potential. You know what I mean? So I think that it's the right messaging and the right people to really see the future of what's actually happening. It's not like this is not happening right in front of your eyes. It's going on across the board. You just happen to just have those senses numb, I'm assuming, but that's on you, that's on you. But the education is out there.
So the message is dial in. It's all happening.
There it is.
So let's talk about what NFTs you have.
Okay.
Because we've been touching upon your wallet a couple times in this conversation.
Yeah.
So what are the projects that have caught your eye?
So of course, like I mentioned, the Ghostbusters joint, right?
Yeah.
And then I got to give a big shout out to Red Bull because Red Bull and Tezos did this cool thing for the Formula One. Yep. Shout out to Verstappen. I see you, bro. Verstappen was wilding the next week after I got mine. I was like, Yo, you can't be talking like this, bro. You gotta chill out. That, and then even today, actually, I don't know if anyone who's here had the opportunity to go to the studio at the little first square down the way.
Blue Vishnu, yeah.
What is it called one more time?
Blue Vishnu.
Blue Vishnu. You can actually get yourself scanned in to have your own digital NFT. And I'm like, do you know what happens if you put that anywhere on Earth? Everyone's pulling up for that. So I have that as well. A friend of mine, Marcus Prime, he has some NFTs, and I'm really excited to support him on his journey with that. McFly, an artist named It's McFly, who I've been a fan of for so long. And if you haven't seen his artwork, you're missing out. And if you have seen it, you'll know it exactly when you see it. So yeah, those are some of the artists that I have in my wallet currently. Yeah.
So a lot of your, whether it relates to your own career, but also the careers of your fellow creators, is focused on their empowerment through this idea of ownership in a digital space. So let's paint a little picture of what you see this media and entertainment world looking like in, say, 5 years, 10 years down the line.
5 to 10 years. I hope that every question we have now about this stuff is figured out, to be quite honest. You know, earlier we touched on the distribution of so many independent content creators or creators in general. That's the part that it still has me kind of like, where do we go with that? How do you get so many creatives in one space and they all get a chance to come together and make something that they all can benefit off of? I haven't seen it yet. So that's my one till, because I come, and like I had to try to deconstruct the whole filming aspect. Like when you're on a set, there's a team here, there's a team back there running everything right now. I said, hi, I don't even know, where's our main camera at? I didn't ask you beforehand.
There.
That one, thank you. That camera, hi guys. It's things like that. There's a whole team here doing that. So I'm thinking from that place. And I had to try to deconstruct my whole, upbringing for that, to think, how do you do it independently? But now that we're going back into this space, how do you get all of these people to collaborate and then distribute like that?
So everyone who essentially has a stake in this effort should have something to yield from all of this as well.
Yes, not just as an independent though, not just as one. I would love to see 7, 10, 100 make something happen.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a point that's not very often raised, because when we speak of creator and like the ownership of this creative space, we're talking about individual artists. We're talking about, if I paint a picture, I'm a terrible artist, but if I were to mint it, that's mine. No one else helped me with that.
Picasso. That's Picasso at that point. You don't know that. That's Picasso. Yeah.
If Picasso can be big, so can I.
There it is. There it is.
But essentially, yeah, I think it's the idea that it takes a village to pull off some of the creative things that we see out in this world, and making sure that everyone has a stake of ownership in that and everyone is rewarded for that effort in a fair and ethical way is probably one of the bigger questions we're going to see in this space. And who do you think should be accountable for answering that? Is that traditional media? Is that the original production companies, or the dogs at the top?
I don't think so. I think it needs to be the creatives. I think we're the ones in the midst of the jungle right now dealing with it. If there happens to be somebody, a head honcho or a gatekeeper who could be like, oh, that's what you guys are doing? Oh, well, here's how to make it better. If y'all got the answer, please come on in and join the fun. But I think it should be the creatives. I think it comes from us. I think it comes from us collaborating, and that's how so many great things happen. That's so many great special moments that we've seen throughout our generation happen, with more people coming together. It's great to, give praise and spotlight one person for the great thing that they did.
Yeah.
But if you can get people together, man, and do something really special, especially in this world, especially right now, especially with how smaller the world is.
Are you collaborating at all with other fellow NFT creators, whether they're artists, whether they're musicians, gamers?
So my plan is to make sure that my little sister has her spotlight first. That's my overall plan. She just turned 18, and it's really cool to see her take on that entire journey. I saw her learn it, and that's been the great part for me, to see her learn it. From her asking me how do I make a T-shirt? Okay. Here's how you make a T-shirt. Okay, well, how do I print these, these print? This is how you do it. And she has taken every initiative to do it by herself, just from asking one question.
Right.
So I would like to give back to her in that way, that she will be the first person that I do get a chance to collaborate, to bring her NFTs to a spotlight.
Yeah, I think that's what's wonderful, is that if your sister is 18, did you say?
Just turned 18.
And has the power and the tools to create this, all of this for herself, without having to rely on an alternative system or some kind of market validation, to put a technical term on it, to have someone actually do the distribution. She can produce, manufacture, design. She can do the entire gig.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Khleo. KT Creations, X_KT Creations. That's her socials.
Well, there you go, guys. Definitely check it out.
Yeah.
I do want to take a very quick moment to do a Q&A, just because we've only got 10 minutes left.
Right.
So if you'd like to ask Khleo any questions, now's your chance.
Any question at all, I'm taking all of them. You can throw it out there.
Don't be shy.
We can have a conversation about the NBA. We can have a conversation about sneakers, video games. I'm about it all. Yeah. No? What sneakers you wear? These are currently the Toro Red 5s.
Okay.
Yeah, but the question, I know the live stream didn't hear him. He asked me what sneakers I'm wearing. These are the Toro Red 5s. So yeah. Yeah, man, I love these. They re-released these like twice, and I was like, I'm getting them on the next one. Yeah. Sneaker fan? You like them? Okay, for sure. Appreciate it. Toro 5s, brother. Yeah, Toro Air Jordan 5s.
I mean, that's actually a good thing to lean into. So we've been talking about art, gaming, like the material that you put out, but when it comes to things like collectibles, are there collectibles that are emerging in a digital space that you have your eye on? Would you be a digital sneaker collector?
There's a booth here.
There is indeed.
What's the name of the booth over there?
Flex.
Flex?
Yes.
Yo, Flex. I only had, unfortunately, I only got in here maybe like 10 minutes before we had to come live. And I walked right by the booth, and I was like, what are those? Like, Viner, what are those? Wow. No, but I would like to know more about Flex. I would like to know more about, so make sure you guys go check out the Flex sneakers, digital sneakers that are here.
Yeah, so that's another area that we haven't actually touched on in this conversation, is that bridging of the gap between online and offline and augmented reality, right?
Yeah.
So the idea of, you know, a pair of NFT sneakers you own might be manufactured as physical sneakers for you to wear, or they could be augmented reality. So when you scan your own shoes or you take a photo, suddenly your fashion looks a little bit different.
Yeah.
Is that is that something your sister could be interested
Listen,
in?
if I could have my entire closet virtual, oh my God, I'd be the flyest avatar ever. Oh my God. Oh my sneaker collection, listen, I could dress. Don't get it wrong. Just because you see me in a black bomber jacket and black joggers and a white tee and sneak, listen. Listen, bruh, I pull out this YSL suit. It's a whole different game. So if I could get my entire closet into the virtual space, I would 100% do that.
So you've already scanned your 3D NFT avatar,
Yeah.
and now we have to dress him.
Yes, yes, we got to dress him from head to toe. Make sure he's slick living, man. 100%. It's got to be like that, and that's crazy because that is something that I know so many people would be into. Because you brought up earlier, like you got to think of all like the in-game purchases,
Right.
microtransactions that
Right.
we've seen on apps. That's what's been happening anyway. You've been customizing your character from head to toe for generations.
Yeah.
So it's that space. I think it's breaking that bridge open for people to understand that it's the exact same thing. You're gonna want to look fresh in the digital world too. Trust me, you're gonna want to look fresh and fly.
How much time would you say that you interact in this digital world where you would place that much value or care into this avatar space specifically?
I don't think it's gonna be our generation. Like I'm 33.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna be our generation who are fully immersed.
Mhm.
It's gonna be not even what's after Gen Zs.
Gen Alpha. We're back at one.
So he was like, man, I ain't trying to hear that. Shout out to Generation Alpha. I think it's them. I think it's Generation Alpha who's gonna mess around and like really have it fine-tuned, and I'm in. It's gonna be them. We're just we're the baby adopters at this point.
So you don't really see yourself as like 55, 60 years old, really engaging in the metaverse, hanging out, playing games?
I ain't gonna say all that. If I'm 60 years old and I'm the boss man in the city, so be it. We virtual reality it up then. I'm in there. No, I don't want to say that it's a no because it's something that here I am at 33 and this is something that we only dreamed of and we're just now getting this opportunity.
Mhm.
You know, like I remember when FaceTime first happened, you know,
Right.
for phones. And it blew my mom's mind because my mom's Moroccan and she came from Morocco. So Star Trek was something that she saw over there. So the first FaceTime call she saw, it was like we're here? Like we've already made, like this is happening. So it's moments like that that I look forward to. Like we're having this moment now. So God knows what else looks like in the virtual space. God knows whatever an NFT can bring me. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have started to engage with one another in virtual spaces. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone in this room has been through hour-long, 2-hour-long Zoom calls and never found the exit or not been able to make an exit. But like, is that a space that you think people are going to want to spend more and more time in? We talk about how, you know, Gen Alpha is going to be fully immersed in this, but do you think there's always going to be that appetite to be fully digitally connected as opposed to occasionally coming back offline again?
As humans, I think we're always going to want to engage with the outside world. Like, I think it's just plugged into us. As much as we want to, like, really be in front of these screens, you want to disconnect sometimes. You have to. You would hope that would be passed on to Generation Alpha somewhere. But yeah, that's my look on it. I don't think that they'll be not disconnected. We can't. There's no way your eyeballs would like burn out and be dry. Like, how many people in here wear contacts? Raise your hand.
I do.
Contacts. Damn, I've never worn contacts. I don't wear glasses, but I heard it sucks when you guys take those things off. When you guys just can't see, it's like, ugh, damn, that sucks. You guys can't see anything. I had a friend.
I mean, you can take your glasses off and it's the same experience.
So same experience. I had a friend who driving at 2 o'clock in the morning, and he said, yeah, I got my glasses on. I'm like, but you can't see the road, bro. I'm scared. I don't want to do it. Nah, man, let me drive. So yeah, it's things like that, man, that I don't see us fully immersed to the point where like our eyes are just dried out from being so connected. Yeah.
I mean, so the lesson there is keep your eyes moist, and that eventually means logging off.
Shout out to the Vyking contract coming in soon. I'll take it. Let's talk about it. I'll take the Vyking plug. Let's do it. Clear eyes. Yeah.
Guys, we only have about 3 minutes left on the clock, so I do want to open this up to the floor in case there are any last-minute questions that you'd like to add in.
Hit me, bro.
How many fingers am I holding up?
3. Oh, she's gonna bring you the mic. She's gonna bring you the mic.
So I'd love to see your transition from film to Twitch. So to Twitch. So what's your Twitch channel?
Khleo Thomas at KHLEO THOMAS at Khleo Thomas. Yeah, man, had a lot of fun. Hit me with it. We got another question in the back.
I was gonna do.
Hit me with it.
What games do you play?
Lots, bro. Lots.
Let's say top 5.
Top 5.
Top 5.
Top 5 video games I'm playing, or top 5 video games period in life. Both?
Yeah.
Both? Yes.
Top
All right.
5
So
right now, top 5 in
video
life.
games I'm playing: Apex Legends, Smash Bros, Mortal Kombat, Rogue Company, and I'll give Fortnite. Fortnite's been squeezing in there a lot for me recently. Top 5 video games all time: Final Fantasy VII, Metal Gear Solid, Mega Man X, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, and Kadeem, throw me your 5th. Wow. You gotta give me one more. Legend of Dragoon. Yo, Sony, if you're listening, can we get a Legend of Dragoon reboot, please? There. That was my 5s, brother. Yeah, man. The gaming is real, bro. The gaming is real on this side, bro. For sure. Yeah, man.
Any final questions? We have time for one more.
Anybody's else. You got time for one more. 2-minute countdown. 2-minute warning.
Well, I mean, I think the biggest last question is anyone who wants to know more information about the projects that you're up to.
Yeah.
We've already mentioned your Twitch channel. Where else can they find you?
Man, KhleoThomas.com. You'll find my entire deck there with everything. You can look on it through all socials. It's Khleo Thomas. I made sure everything was streamlined, which I think is very important for some creators that don't do that. And I've realized that. A lot of people
messing around with your usenames.
Stop playing with these usernames, bro. Like, if you want to do something, make sure that people can find you, like they know you. So streamline. I can't believe I have to say that to people. I'm like, wait, why are you 3 different names for your public perception via social media? Streamline it all. Make sure your names are the same across the board. At Khleo Thomas.
Okay, at Khleo Thomas, and tips for future creators out there.
Enjoy the journey. Enjoy the journey of life, man. You're gonna be great at times. You're gonna be bad at times. Just embrace the journey of it all. You will not always be perfect. It will not always be pristine, but just enjoy the journey of being a creative and getting a chance to share something with the world.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, Khleo, thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you guys,
a lot
man.
of fun.
Hey, hell, thank you guys for having me. Shout out to Tezos. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. Thank you guys so much.